Greetings, viewers and listeners. Welcome to Heroes of Thylea, an actual play, show, and podcast produced by Lionhead Gaming. This production is the Lionhead Gaming version of Odyssey of the Dragonlords, an epic 1-20 adventure book for D&D 5th edition created by Arcanum Worlds. A blend of classic high fantasy with Greek mythology to create an epic saga of an adventure, combined with my own changes to create something unique and wonderful that I hope both you and my excellent cast of close friends enjoy. So with that, I want to let the cast reintroduce themselves and their characters.
Hello, this is John, he, him, and I play Mercury, the Siren Demigod Sorcerer. Well, I'll tell you what, there ain't no finer god on this entire realm than Kira. She gonna make the sun shine, and she gonna make that music just flow.
Hello, I'm Brendan, he, him, and I play Sophia, the Stygian philosophy wizard. We are all just pawns in a game of which we do not understand the rules.
Hey, I'm Kishi. I play Bartholomeos, the Minotaur Herculean Barbarian. May the Ancient Ones watch over you.
I'm Nick, he, him, and I play Theamos, the human Dragonlord Paladin. Okay, Sophia. What's irritating, doesn't go away, and makes you miserable? A lich. Get it? Because it's a play on It's Your No Fun. Mercury would have laughed at that joke.
Hi, I'm Nikki, they, them, and I play Imperia, the nymph Amazonian ranger. Dragons. They're just such awe-inspiring creatures.
I'm Mel, she, her, and I play Nyx, the nymph prophecy cleric.
I've spent centuries asking questions, and the only ones who have ever answered me are the stars.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Peter, my pronouns are he, him, and I play Trace, the human hoplite fighter. Remember what has been lost. Fight for what hasn't been.
And with that, I must mention that our wonderful player, Kishi, player of Bartholomeos, is going to be taking a hiatus from the game for hopefully a short while, and will hopefully rejoin us in due time. But we will continue with the story going forward. Now, it has been some time since the start of Heroes of Thylea, and I just want to, refresh you on the story so far. Our heroes at the start of their journey answered a call by the Oracle of Thylea. Slay a boar sent by the Titans, Sidon and Lutheria, of the domain Storms and Nights, respectively, and she will provide them guidance towards their own personal problems, along with seeing if they truly are the heroes she's been searching for to stand up to the Titans and stop the doom of Thylea. The so-called Oracles Chosen, each with their own objectives, came together with Kira, the goddess of music, and defeated the divine boar who mocked them in its final moments. No prophecy would save them. Journeying together to see the Oracle Versi, they ended up saving her just in time, as a sea hag had been sent by Sidon to kidnap her away from the settler lands. Each of them received hints, clues, or at least a starting point as to where to look to find the answers to their questions. Fate is a fickle thing, after all. The only true certainty Versi could see was that their fates were intertwined with one another, and that if they accomplished great labors, they could stand a chance against the twin titans when the oath of peace ended. Retrieve the horn of Balmitrea to provide guidance when all seems lost. Relight the mithril forge to prepare and arm themselves with magical weapons, armor, and implements to contest titanic might. Face the challenge of Xander within the necropolis, successfully retrieving some of the most potent relics on Thylea, would be the final springboard. Armed and armored, they were to find the Ultros, a cursed ghost ship with the promise of it being able to withstand even the mightiest storm Sidon could muster against it. The only vessel that could sail all 3 seas of Thylea. With those accomplishments, they could face the Titans. They all bonded together under an oath of fellowship to watch after each other and show their faith in this odyssey they were fated under. All save for Sophia Akramatikos, keeping herself on the periphery, much in the ways of her ancestor. The hero set out with haste to Astoria, met with family unknown, and planned around and successfully withstood the ritual sacrifice performed by the Order of Sidon. They retrieved the stolen horn of Balmitrea from a maniacal dryad named Demetria and her mossy temple deep in the perilous and massive old woods. The group learned how to fight, navigate, and coexist with one another. Shortly thereafter, they set out to the Mithril Mines, contested its new slovenly occupants, a nest of troglodytes, braved its depths in finding the sealed tomb and lair of Kristrax, the Crystal Dragon King. Psionic undead swarmed them, and they prevailed. They faced his aspect and learned the fate of the bright stone citadel beneath them, which to this day swarmed with horrific creatures of Hades. They rescued and bargained with the Forge Keeper, beautiful, fiery, and whip-smart, an elemental from the plane of fire who studied with Vulcan, the god of the Forge. With the deal struck, they only needed to face the young Cerberus at the core of the Forge. A trying fight, to the death, but the Oracles Chosen pulled through, and the Forge was relit. In the process, they'd saved some young Oresian centaurs, and on the way out, met up with a strange gaggle of reveling fae, led by an old friend of Kira named Narissa. Theamos called the centaurs and met Ianthe, the captain of the scout cavalry. They spent the night partying and growing closer, and showing off their talents and doing a bit of flirting. Minor things occurred as well, a bit of division on what to do with fleeing foes, especially those that could be considered animals, though many would simply call them monsters. NPCs met and talked with them, relationships they'd been building on or just momentarily flourished. It was in Astoria that they learned truly of the threat over Mitros, however. A powerful, massive storm that had been parked over the city for weeks. Talking it over with Kyra and Pythor, the god of war, the Oracles Chosen resolved themselves to join with Valis, the goddess of wisdom, and try to put a stop to this storm. On the road south, led by Nyx through some hinterland trails she knew of, the Oracles Chosen came under assault when they were most vulnerable. A horrible joint nightmare for all those in the Oath of Fellowship. Sophia could only look on in stoic resolve as they twitched and spasmed as they were injured, fighting for their lives in a horrific dreamscape of the upcoming future. The following day, they encountered living Misthios, mercenaries, where they saw undead before. They worked with them to save them from the pursuing Gigan forces, a strange breed of 6-armed cyclops they discovered on their mission. A triumph on the battlefield with their skill and prowess, allowing all of the endangered Misthios to survive another day. So taken were some of them by the Oracles Chosen that 3 of them swore oaths of service to the Oracles Chosen: Cleo, Dardanus, and Protagonia would join them as soon as they were able, wanting to fulfill their mission in Astoria. It was soon after this the Oracle's Chosen arrived in Mitros, greeted by what appeared to be Sidon's face in the clouds and lightning bolts shooting down at them. They took shelter in the city proper, were given quick escort to the royal palace, where they met King Acastus and his royal court, Queen and Goddess of Wisdom Valis, Commander Gaius of the Order of Sidon, Chandris, a Stygian leader of the cult of Thylea, and Belladonna, the royal concubine. After some rude and brash questioning from King Acastus, the Oracle's Chosen were given one chance to fix the storm problem with the 5 gods, or else he would go with Commander Gaius's plan and have the Temple of the Five torn down. A devastating blow to the gods, but sure to please the Titans and end the storm. Kira and Valis worked together to enact a plan for what they called a miracle. They would need Pythor and Vulcan to lend their divine strength, but a miracle, a special ritual that not only takes time, but leaves the gods vulnerable, would succeed at dispelling the storm. They'd, however, need to be protected from the elemental wrath of the storm. The Oracle's Chosen, Adrastos, a hero called out of retirement by an old oath to Valis, Michaela, the Amazonian captain of the Queen's Guard, and 20 brave men and women of the Mitrosian Vanguard and Queen's Guard answered the call. A tiny force, but divine circumstance limited their ability to muster armies. After a few days of preparation, the miracle plan was enacted. The forces of the 5 readied themselves at the ruins of the Temple of Mitros. The gods channeled magic so the entire city could see the miracle unfold, and then channeled their strength into Kira to amplify the magic of a divine instrument of hers and perform a miraculous dispelling of the magical storm above the city. A pitched battle ensued as the elementals sent wave after wave after wave of strong elementals. Air, lightning, water, gusting gales, lancinating lightning, and walloping waves bombarded our heroes and their allies. Eventually, 3 of the 4 major elementals, Shi Iran, Yul Takar, and Yan Siben, all crashed down on the battlefield to stop the miracle. Massive bursts of power brushed away their allies, save for Adrastos and Michaela and themselves. The Oracle's Chosen, a step above now, proper heroes, faced these elemental royals to their last breath, and with the burst of magic, explosion of martial prowess, and a bit of luck, they came out on top. The royals defeated, the miracle finished, and their elemental cores broken by divine light, shunting them away from Thylea back to wherever they were beckoned from. The storm cleared, immediately all over the city, save for a large white cloud that hung over the miracle site. Divine energy surged from the broken cores into the cloud, and a thunderous roar bellowed over the city. The temperature at the ruins plummeted to sub-zero in seconds. Kira blasted divine energy into the sky after it, but it quickly bounded across the sky to the northwest. The miracle ended, and cheers echoed throughout the city. Mitros could finally see the sun again, and now there was hope for the future. Hope for the 5. Hope for Thylea. As that is a quick summary of the last 30 episodes of Heroes of Thylea, there is obviously a ton of riveting, exciting, heartbreaking detail that was missed, but feel free to check out the videos on our YouTube or the podcast recordings on Spotify. The podcast also features condensed 5-episode summaries to get you up to speed with a bit more detail. I want to thank you all so much for joining us. And with that, let's get started with episode 31, season 2 of Heroes of Thylea.
Good job, Jordan. Get yourself a laurel.
I knew you were going to make that joke. You're so predictable, Brendan. God.
Oh, 3 jokes. I gotta keep cycling through.
Oh my God. Let's see here. So to bring you all back to the city, we're going to start right shortly after the miracle, going into a debrief with the Goddess of Wisdom only about an hour after the pitched battle came to its conclusion. The cheering throughout the city can still be heard though certainly dimming down now as people move about the city, finally able to go outside and enjoy the warmth and see the sky again. It has been a warm and loud journey back into and across the city. Throngs of people cheering and calling out to you by a host of brand new epithets, nicknames, and titles spreading like wildfire after watching your magnificent display. Mercury being hailed as the azure-winged apostle. Nyx, the moonlit or the star-guided priest. Empyrea, the whistling willow. Atreus being called the bronze wall of Mitros. Theamos, the blessed blade, or the heir to war. Bartholomeos, the unstoppable, the immovable. And Sophia, referred to simply as Ghost, or Ashen Witch. The city is alive once more. Streets full of people just overjoyed to see the sun and sky again. This celebratory atmosphere is thanks not only to the five gods, but to each and every one of you, the oracles chosen, facing off against the oath-bound elementals in a seaside battle that'll be talked about for generations. The miracle at Mitros, perhaps a final flashpoint in the dwindling days before the Oath of Peace truly ends. As you enter back into the domain of the Palace District, the populace thins away, and you can still hear some celebrations, but it's much further away now. You're back in the sort of more walled-off section of the city proper. Valis takes a few moments to speak with priests of the Temple of the Five. You can overhear her informing them of the soon arrival of the covered wagons transporting the fallen warriors of your battle throughout the city. Not on the main roads, but small, less traveled ones. She plans for a proper funeral pyre for their valiant sacrifice in 3 days' time, allowing their families to grieve and be compensated as well. Once that business concludes, Vulcan shares a few words of pride with his children before making to depart the city to get back to work in the Mithril Forge, unless stopped by any of you. Nyx and Empyrea, you notice a weary smile at best. The signs of age and a middling happiness, a burden unseen but seemingly constantly carried by Vulcan. Kira and Pythor give hugs and affection, completely genuine, and Valis gives a simple nod of acknowledgement, returned in kind, albeit with a sigh, from Vulcan, before she strides towards the royal palace. Entering into the initial grand foyer of this massive palace, it's abuzz with excitement and energy, aides quickly swarming Valis with paperwork, talks of celebration, city morale, business contracts, the great games are coming back. There's a lot seeming to almost overwhelm any normal person, but the queen simply raises a hand and attends to most of the matters in short order. But in terms of the celebration, she looks to Kira and Pythor. Can I trust you two to handle the celebrations? I have other business to attend to at the moment. And she looks to the lot of you at the end of that statement. Kira is noticeably caught off guard before her big brother claps an arm around her at the shoulders with a force that shocks her and would send a normal man skidding across the marble floor. Of course you can. It'll be momentous, bombastic, thunderous. A party that will be worthy of tale of its own. Come, sister. Let us make sure Mitros wakes with a smile and a headache tomorrow. If you say so. Oh, actually, I have a pretty good idea. As Kira seems to quickly turn from a bit of weariness and uncertainty to excitement with her brother's words, a smile spreading across the goddess of music's face. As the two of them turn to each other, Valis turns to the lot of you. With me, oracles chosen, Valis says. Stepping further into the palace, the hustle falls away with only your group, Adrastos, Michaela, and Valis. After about 5 minutes of walking and ascending some stairs, she stops and leaves you in an atrium. I need to collect some materials for this process. Drastos and Michaela, join me, please. We'll be back in a few minutes. And she departs down a long hallway which ends in a winding stairwell further up, Drastos and Michaela in tow. The seven of you are deep within the halls of the palace interior. No one around, and for about 35 minutes or so, Adrastos returns alone for you. In the meantime, do you do anything? Discuss anything with this time?
I tried to say, but I was muted. But before Vulcan left, Imperial would have given him a hug too, or at least tried to.
There's a comforting warmth to that hug, and of course the bristle of his dwarven-inspired beard. But he returns it earnestly and thanks you for it.
Cool.
Nix, I didn't want to interrupt your narration, but as Vulcan was, not as Vulcan was walking away, but as Pythor was excited about the party planning, Nix sort of like leaned towards Inferior and just quietly said, "Any more thunderous jokes, and you may have to suspect he's Sidon in disguise."
That would make Samos and I half-brothers, wouldn't it?
The same day or like the day after Fido?
It is 1 hour after the fight. You guys have crossed through the city. You're in the palace. You have about 35 minutes to yourselves away from everyone, deep in the halls of the palace. And that's why I'm like, just moments after. Is there anything you guys want to say to each other or anything like that?
Deliriously exhausted.
Mine is just in another place. She's just 1,000-yard stare, although you can see her eyes twitching and her fingers moving like she's counting or trying to make sense of things in her mind.
How's everyone doing?
I haven't cast that much magic and been that close to death in a very long time.
Yes.
And I'm always on the brink of death.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, we were literally just fighting the Cerberus not too long ago.
And you notice I didn't use quite as much magic against the Cerberus as I did against these elementals.
Yeah, well, you almost died.
Almost.
Yeah. It was strange to be fighting alongside Michaela again.
Strange, like, good strange or bad strange? I've been meaning to ask you, is she like your girlfriend?
I'm not entirely sure what that word means to humans, but if you are asking if we are courting, then no.
Y'all like kin?
No. Well,
She's
I guess
gonna
you could
be-
say we grew up together with the
Oh, so then,
Amazon
yeah. I mean, not like blood related, but you could still technically be family.
sisters. That would be nice. Only I, abandoned her and her mate when we reached the mainland.
She looks so happy to have seen you earlier, before this miracle business. Is that not the case?
Oh yes, that was the case. They forgave me. I just, fighting alongside her while her Amazonians died around us was a little too familiar.
So I'm not touching that. Atreus, how are you?
While Atreus buffers. Inferior, are there any funeral rites that Amazons had performed? I'm going to be assisting with the burials of the fallen. I had my own plans, but considering your closeness to Michaela and those were also her warriors, I don't know, I thought it'd be nice to incorporate something a little more connected to a place you once called home as well.
It would be up to Michaela, but I could share Amazonian burial rights with you if she would, if she wants that for her soldiers.
I will ask her then. Thank you.
Yes.
And then Nyx goes over to Sophia, seeing her fingers twitching. And you, always so far away from battle, yet you still couldn't quite get away from it this time. How are you holding up?
Fine. Just so much that couldn't have been done. She just sort of drops her hands. But it is over, nonetheless. To the next thing, I suppose. Inferior. I am sorry about the others. I could not save them.
No one can save them. It is not your fault. It's the dangers of such battles.
I will endeavor to do better.
As will we all.
Look back to Nyx. But no, I'm fine. Get back to work and let this behind me.
Putting it behind you doesn't mean it decides to go away on its own. Trust me. I've experience with that sort of thing.
Very true.
If it ever creeps up against you again, do not hesitate to say anything.
Understood.
All right, and I'm going to try using the cool little system I have here for laurels, so that way I can just award them to you and track them easier on my end. So, Nyx, Amphiria, Sophia, Theamos, all of you enjoy your new laurels down at the bottom left. You can see them down there.
Cool.
Let me know if you had any more than the one.
I had one.
I had. Wait, bottom left where?
A little
Like
players
next
list.
to your name in the players list. Where the little gift boxes are.
Oh, damn. I don't. The players list. Like the. I don't keep that open.
Oh. I had one other one, so I have 2 total now.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, I should have 2.
I
Yeah.
had 3 before this one, so I should have 4.
What about you, Sophia?
I got one. Looks like it.
Did you have any from before? Burnt them all in the great battle. All right.
Oh, it doesn't actually update on the character sheet, though.
No, it doesn't.
No,
That's
it just tracks here. But like with this, you can gift them to the other players using the little gift boxes. So when you want to be like,
That's
here,
gift
take some things, you can hit the gift box and shove your laurels automatically over to them.
There you go, Twitch.
That's so cool.
Damn it. I have to take that away. Yeah, matter of fact, you can gift them to Twitch, and then I can use them against you. There you go. Perfect.
Oh no.
gift them. No. Better idea. Gift them to Twitch, and now Twitch has a laurel that our chat can use against that. This is a bad idea. Don't do this.
You're goofy.
Sophia, what?
I know.
Oh yeah, I could totally see Brendan shoving them all over there just to spite me. After about 35 minutes or so have passed, you see the gleaming armor of Adrastos approaching from a different direction, directly ahead of you. He beckons you to follow him, and after about 2 minutes, you arrive at the far northeast side of the palace. A large circular area opens to you, and you can see what look like you can see like the outside, but it's from a strange sort of perspective because you realize that you're about 30 feet up from ground level without even really feeling it. Framed in beautiful ornate columns and stonework, you can see bronze braziers burning fragrantly with a few Amazon warriors standing guard. in light armor. And you can see Valis at the far end of the room, as elegant as ever, and her outfit somehow more. What are you doing?
I don't know. Sophia's having all kinds of problems.
I found
Yes.
new buttons.
That is a new module I have that automatically applies those things, so you can automatically do bless now and stuff like that. So just remove all of those off yourself, though. You're breaking your character.
Or make a roll and make one like save or attack roll and see how all of those add up.
Oh my god. Your
I don't
AC
know
is
how to
probably
get
like
rid of them now.
you just click the button.
Welcome back to Lionhead Gaming, serious storytelling, and also we're goofy.
Click buttons.
Yeah, you click the ones that you have on you and they go off. And yeah, you can see the Amazon warrior standing guard in light armor. And of course, Valis has already changed into something more regal and not rain soaked. Let me bring you on over.
Snix wrings out her hair.
Inferior just does the like dog shake.
Yeah, just give me one moment.
Not sure if that's a difference in nymphs or if just because your hair and my hair are very different from each other's.
Hair, I think. Oh, now I can see.
Still got my hand inside of Mercury right now.
Oh, Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Wait, y'all say your hair wet?
Because we were in the rain.
I mean, I ain't wet. You don't just like beat off you?
Mercury.
I'm not
No.
a nymph, Mercury.
You need help drying it?
No, it's alright.
Well, actually, you mean like with magic? Will it be quick? Because we are about to go in front of the queen, and I do not want to look like an awful wet mess.
Yeah. As I just kind of stand up and.
Uh-oh.
Done.
I saw that coming.
Get a big old blowout. Also, Nyx, give me a strength save.
Do I have any night charges on me? No, I don't. They're all gone.
I'd hope not after that fight.
You should just click the button. There you go. 14 as you feel this burst of air emanate from Mercury and wash over you, and you're just taken aback by it. Not at all what you're expecting, and are just slid 5 feet away from him.
That is not the magic I was referring to, and I'm sure you knew that.
Yeah, but I mean, it makes your hair look real good.
You now have a blowout. Enjoy.
I'll start patting Nyx's hair down.
Thank you, Theamos.
Let's see.
It's always dry.
Kind of looking around. Where is Atreus?
Non-existent, apparently.
So I'm thinking about needing a sandwich after the fight and want it all.
He always wants a sandwich. I could probably eat one too right now.
Oh, alright. Not like a witch that uses saint. Yep.
There's Bartholomeus. There's Atreus.
Y'all don't have sandwiches?
Oh, wow. Taking the marker.
Sophia squad.
This is just all like a tile, right? Fancy tile.
Looking ahead of you, it looks like a massive stone slab with what looks like a large bronze metal sort of small dome in the middle of it. It definitely looks pretty intricate, and you can give me an investigation check if you're looking at it super closely.
Yeah.
Sure.
Marker. You're not
I do the curious. Curious.
13,
Ha!
17. With that, both of you can sort of see on the stone slab, though inferior in greater detail, seeing it go all the way around, what look like very small inscriptions and markings in this large stone slab, circling all the way around it and looping back around. You can see like what looks like really tiny grooves etched into the stone as well, sort of coming together in the middle to this strange metallic dome.
Interesting.
You see Valis at the far end of the room, and she greets you. You can see her golden laurel crown shining atop her head. She seems to sort of just
to walk in the middle of the thing.
smile at you all as you sort of cross across the boundary to her.
Three of us in perfect unison.
Sophia's God.
Sort of looking at her way of carrying herself, there is something to this whole change. A shift, but it's just out of the reach of obvious for you all, as you can give me an insight check and see what you
Hell
can
yeah.
glean.
Actually, Inferia's way more worried about Michaela right now.
greatest role player!
Nat 20, 23.
Beats you with a not nat 20 though.
I don't care, I got
Huh.
the green button, I win!
Can Inferia roll one, but for Michaela instead, to see how she's doing?
Yeah, sure.
Not very well, apparently.
Oh, Michaela is certainly easier to read than the Goddess of Wisdom herself.
There's that.
As the 21 and 23 will succeed on the check. So looking at Michaela Inferior, you can see her holding this sort of strange, almost like wooden cube. You'd think it'd be a box, right? But you don't see any seam on it. She just seems to be holding it at her side. And there is perhaps some just weariness from the battle, but like it seems like all of her wounds are closed. She's been healed up. She seems to be more or less in pretty good shape. She's standing proud and tall, fulfilling her role as the captain of the Queen's Guard. And, you know, seeing you look at her as she's sort of watching your whole group pass by her, she looks at you and she just gives you a small, very, very polite smile, not showing really any teeth, just enough for you to notice and recognize her recognition of you, but nothing further than that. As Nyx and Mercury looking at Queen Valis, you come to the understanding that with the way everything is positioned and the bearing and posture of Valis, this almost seems ceremonial. Not like anything you have to do, but almost as if Valis is emulating something. Like she's following a mental rule book that you are nowhere near privy to. Oracle's chosen. I, Valis, goddess of wisdom, bearer of the Igniclus Animus, teacher of the mortal realms, and guiding light to the lost, recognize your valiant mission fulfilled, and will, in turn, fulfill my promised reward. She looks at all of you one by one, her eyes shining faintly with magical power. Sophia, if you would, please place your bag upon the metal circle.
Around, unsling it off my shoulder. Bloop.
She looks to you, Theamos. Your lightning javelin, Theamos. Inferior. The fang of Pharika that you carry. Atreus. Her eyes sort of squint for a moment. And you can see her eyebrows raise ever so slightly. Your spear that houses another. These are the items I can see potential in with this magic. Some enchantments near their maximum. She looks at Inferior. Some need to awaken on their own, she looks at Atreus, but some are full of untapped potential, she looks at Theamos. And then she looks at you, Mercury. You can see her eyes sort of light up a little bit more, a bit of this sort of golden glow to them. Mercury, your treasures are truly unique. One I cannot alter. It requires too much power. But your whistler, there's some elasticity to its magic left. Though I think it may yet change on its own, given time. But I could hasten it for you. If you wish, it will be weaker than allowing it to mature with you, though. What do you wish, as she looks at you in the eyes?
Well, I mean, man, I can't possibly trouble you with anything like that. I mean, you can help the other folks. I mean, I don't want to take none of your magic or essence or none of that.
It'd be no inconvenience for me. I simply wish to know if you want a minor benefit now or a greater benefit later. And she looks at you with a sort of, now you can see she looks at you with a something that you may have seen perhaps in a good teacher in your history, of just someone who's trying to gain an understanding of who you are as a person.
Well, I mean, ma'am, I've often found a certain truth in life, and unfortunately, I've had a lot of personal experience with it. That oftentimes, if you want something good, you gotta wait.
A wise choice. She gives you a faint smile. Bartholomeus, I see great potential in you, but you yourself have not acquired a treasure of your own just yet. This will change, I'm sure, with the next and final of your 3 labors. It'll be your own inner strength that grants you triumph until then. The same rings true for you, Nyx. She looks at you. Though you have been steadfast and faithful in the face of hardship of your life, I must return the favor of you bestowing the ball's divine spark. I will see to it that you're protected, and guided even when I cannot be there for you. She smiles warmly at you, Nyx. Something that almost comes as a shock. Since you've met her, she's been remarkably cold, almost cynical and standoffish, especially with you. In spite of your devotion, it seems finally, for whatever reason, a bit of warmth reaches you from the goddess. Now, it seems all the items are in place. Stand clear of the circle, please.
Even though Imperia's already clear, she takes a step back.
Sophia, I promise you do not want to be in the midst of that.
I don't know if I can shrink the sandwich.
Are you drawing a sandwich?
It's a giant sandwich.
Is that what that is?
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Here you go. Schmear.
Schmear the sandwich. Hand
Hand over the pizza.
Michaela, if you would. And she brings up that strange-looking wooden cube, one that has no visible opening or seal. And she hands it to Valis, and as Valis brushes her hand over its lid, it opens up, and clear light spills out in a contest with the sun itself. You see within 6 gleaming diamonds of almost absurd size, easily a baseball each. you all immediately recall the strange, almost sentient gemstone you bore for a day or so to power the mithril forge, the canopus drop. These diamonds are brilliant, but simple in comparison. Valis begins a short incantation in Celestial, her voice clear even though it seems to leave her lips a whisper. The diamonds float from their resting place inside of this cube, forming a circle in front of her. Her pair of divine sparks emerge from her chest like pulsing suns, the smaller orbiting the larger, both of them surrounded by this ring of diamonds. And then everything freezes. The sparks stop moving. The diamonds fix themselves in place like a strange clock face. And then you see light emanate from the circle. A large and delicately intricate magic circle empowers this entire room, channeling magic throughout it.
Oh, cool. Oh, that's so cool.
The diamond at the 12 o'clock position shines brightly for a moment, and then all of the light and clarity within it vanishes. A pitch black crystal. Suddenly, the channeling sigil in the ground pulses with a burst of light. The diamonds rotate into position. Another clear light, all of the magic in it sucked away. Another crystalline black void, another pulse of magic. The pattern repeats itself one by one by one until all 6 of these brilliant diamonds are but black voids. In short order, the magical items within this circle begin to float up out of the circle and towards their respective owners. Each of your magical items undergoing various changes, and as you take them, it's immediately apparent to you how they've changed. Some simple, others more complex. The circle continues to pulsate with power, though the magical items within are now gone. The 6 drained diamonds are brought together with the smaller of the 2 divine sparks. Its light suffuses all of them, and you can see the voids within them being pushed out, being charged with light and energy. And then you can hear these cracks in each one of the diamonds as the light seems to force its way through and out of them, and then the diamonds just shatter with a soft sort of flowing like energy, almost like water. This glittering dust brings itself together with the smaller of the sparks, combining into this strange, swirling, almost Saturn-like appearance. These discs of diamond dust and this small golden spark. And Valis raises her hands, cupping the strange formation, and compresses it with her bare hands, bringing it together into something that is being silenced, the light falling away, and just the smallest little beams peeking between the gaps of her fingers. And as she releases her hands, the dust is gone. Her larger spark has already returned to her chest, and in her hands, you see a small, golden, crystalline medallion. And one other thing. A tiny, itsy-bitsy figment of energy. The smallest little bit of light, almost like a firefly, floating away from her hands. The last iota of the other divine spark, lazily floating up into the air before freezing, and then zooming like a loosed arrow out of the palace towards the sea. Gone. Valis turns her head ever slightly and watches it go. She remarks to all of you, "Do you like your improvements?" And with that, let's take a look at those said improvements, shall we? Getting some new super-powered items, or like some minor buffs here and there. As the Phoenix Tail, going back to Atreus, is now a +1 weapon, and its damage die for the Phoenix Fire ability has increased to 1d6 instead of 1d4. The Fang of Farika is now also a +1 weapon. Its DCs have been increased to 16 for both of its abilities from 14, and the damage for Venomous Smite has increased to 7d6. Mercury opted not to improve the Whistler, choosing the wise choice of patience. Good man. And for Brendan, your bag. The bag of Icaros, son of Davos. It is that no longer, as I'm going to remove that from your inventory. You don't get that anymore. It's gone.
He stole your magic item and you get nothing!
Now, as you take this bag, you can see it identify itself to you. The bag of Sophia Akromatikos. Here. Yes, here. A wondrous item of alchemist supplies, now very rare, one of a kind, and requires attunement still. A unique and durable bag filled with alchemical tools and reagents, additionally scrolls of wisdom and technique pinned by Valis and stored for safekeeping. It's evident that this was made with love and skill of a proud father and gifted to a caring son, and now improved upon by the goddess of wisdom. Use it well, Grey Ghost. Your storage space feature now allows you to hold up to 540 pounds, though the same volume. Your alchemical guidance, if you would make an arcana check for anything to do with alchemy, including crafting, you can instead make an alchemist tools check. When you would make an alchemist tools check, you can consult the knowledge store within over the course of 1 minute. And if you do, you can roll a d6 and add the number rolled to that check. You can use this trait after you've made a roll, but before the results have been declared, sort of bringing something that I've been like, what? No, just go ahead and make an alchemist tool check. Just sort of bringing that together and making it actually how this functions. Instead of just homebrewing it every time you need to make a check. Your potent reagent now allows you to improve the potency of 2 potions of healing of any rarity using your alchemist supplies. The potions have to, of course, be within reach. And now they maintain this benefit for 4 hours instead of 1 after the short rest, and allowing them to regain the maximum number of hit points from a healing potion. And you can use it twice per long rest. And your Insta-Alch, a new property that once per day, you can use an action to declare 1 very rare or astral, 2 rare or lucent, or 3 uncommon or royal potions or oils that you have personally crafted before. After 8 hours, the bag produces a single, pair, or triplicate consumable of that type without consuming crafting materials. These consumables last for 24 hours or until you use your action to create a new combination of potions or oils. These consumables are shown as temporary under the magic of Identify. Taking that property that I hinted to you at during our little downtime conversations and cranking it up a little bit as you get a bit more versatility if you choose lesser power, allowing you to get more for less. So have fun with that and get some. Your alchemy should always be relevant with that little bonus there. And my boy Theamos, the javelin of lightning falls away. Let me get rid of that. That is gone. It is that no longer. Instead, what returns to you is slightly longer, the Valis blessed war spear of lightning. Very rare, requires attunement, and has a host of new properties. Lightning Rod. Whenever you or a creature within 15 feet of you would take lightning damage, you can use your reaction to take that damage instead. Your resistance to this damage, and the War Spear of Lightning is now considered supercharged for a number of rounds equal to the damage taken, before resistances or vulnerability divided by 5. For example, 15 damage before resistance would be 3 rounds. Clear Skies, the thrown range for this War Spear increases to 120 over 240. Range attacks with this weapon cannot suffer disadvantage from inclement weather, and if this weapon is supercharged, it returns to your hand by teleporting in a flash of lightning after you make a range attack with it. Tempest. While wielding this weapon, you can make one attack with it as a bonus action on each of your turns. If this weapon is supercharged, you can make 2 attacks with it as part of the same bonus action. And Bolt. This war spear can be hurled with its command word, transformed into a bolt of lightning, forming a line 5 feet wide that extends out from you within 120 feet. And each creature in that line, excluding you, makes a DC 16 dex save, taking 66 lightning damage on a failed save, half as much on a successful. And it returns into a war spear when it reaches the target, allowing you to make an attack against it. And on a hit, it takes the damage from the war spear plus 66 lightning damage. If this weapon is supercharged, all creatures make their saving throws with disadvantage, and you have advantage on the ranged weapon attack against the target. The bolt property can't be used again until the next dawn. Quite the potent implement of war.
Cool.
And last, but certainly not least, the small little medallion, crystalline and a slight golden tinge to it, is turned and handed to you, Nyx. Valis looks at you with a soft face and hands the medallion to you. To keep you safe, as, glowing with some identifying magic, you gain Nyx. You gain Nyx's faith. A medallion shaped by your goddess, powered by your faith. Stay safe, little light. Thylea needs you more than you know. A very rare, one-of-a-kind item that requires attunement by a cleric that allows you to speak its command word, Hoplon, and as a bonus action, cause it to animate and conjure a protective barrier in the form of a Dragon Lord shield. The shield leaps into the air and hovers in your space to protect you as if you were wielding it, leaving your hands free. Remains animated for 5 minutes until you use a bonus action to end its effect, or you are incapacitated or die, at which point the shield falls to the ground or into your hand if you have one free. This item cannot function as a normal wieldable shield. Additionally, you gain the properties of Vigilant against the enemy. While attuned to this medallion, you have advantage on initiative rolls and wisdom perception checks. Additionally, the spells Protection from Evil and Good, Protection from Poison, and Protection from Energy are always prepared and don't count against the number of spells you can prepare each day. And lastly, the Beacon of Thanatos. This medallion can replace the casting component of the spell Summon Celestial, allowing the caster to summon Thanatos. His form changes depending on the level of the spell slot expended in its casting. You can hit image to see what it looks like.
It has an image? It
Yeah.
just says pop out her clothes.
Picture.
There you
There's
go,
a
try
picture?
now.
Oh, I closed it. Reopen it for me.
I did too. Ooh, I see image now.
Ooh.
Party.
Really, I don't think words could ever express how thankful I am for this.
See to it that you stay safe. I have heard and seen your inclination to find yourself in the midst of things, Nyx. Though life certainly has a way of pulling you into the middle of it, doesn't it?
Ruth.
It may seem foolish, but after a certain point, I realized if I was going to be destined to die, it's better for it to be on my own terms, not Lutheria's.
Thank you.
Of course. The miracle would not have been successful without your efforts. Thank you for helping me save this great city. After a few moments, with you all stashing your gear and taking in the new changes, Valis turns her attentions to the Amazons in the room, and with a simple hand gesture, Michaela steps up and leads out all the guards unless stopped.
Ibis goes back to Imperia, so he doesn't just like leave with her.
Leave.
Ibis just it's like, I'm Michaela's now. Goodbye.
Is carried out by Michaela, chosen another. What's it feel like to be abandoned by your Pokemon, Imperia?
As the guards all leave out, leaving you alone with the goddess of wisdom, the door closes and her face relaxes slightly. So, we have saved the city from the latest threat, staving off the inevitable. Well done. And now, as I understand it, your final labor is to succeed where countless would-be heroes have failed. Ascend the mountain Telemark and face whatever lay within the necropolis. Recover the ancient treasures of the Dragon Lords. Correct?
That is correct, Valis.
Giving ourselves some time to rest first, but yes.
And of course, to do some research, see if we can learn anything about that place before we embark on it.
Little is known of it. Xander's challenge has never been beaten, and very few records of what lies within have made it into any library. I can save you the trouble of poring over scrolls and spending all of your time in the library again like you did preparing for the storm. I can tell you anything that I know of the mountains, the necropolis, and Xander's challenge. What do you need to know?
Do you know exactly what quote unquote Xander's challenge is?
As I understand it, it is a challenge orchestrated with Xander, Daemon of the Dragon Lords, and my mother, Mitros, goddess of the dawn. A combination of trials designed to test, well, would-be challengers and see if they are worthy of the responsibility of the Dragon Lords. With Xander, anything is possible. And as I understand it, there is a burden to these relics. There's a reason my mother was a part of putting this challenge together. Something that is known only to Xander and my mother. I don't know what the burden is. In terms of puzzles and traps and typical Misthios fare, I believe these things could certainly come up. I know Xander learned a lot from plumbing the ancient cities and dungeons of the Gigans. Magic, I'm sure, will be in potent application as well. In terms of monsters, I do not know for certain. I know the magical script before Xander's tomb speaks of 3 perilous levels and 3 mighty foes. The foe of dragonkind, the foe of mankind, and the foe of Thylea herself. I would not anticipate seeing the sun for some time.
If this is a challenge that is meant to test would-be Dragon Lords, has the king sent any there himself? I understand he's trying to bring the Dragon Lords back.
Anybody famous? Anybody I should know about? I mean, I'm from here. You've probably heard me running around saying I'm a demigod before, but no one ever paid attention to me.
Good questions. The king is quite protective of his so-called dragon lords. I do not know what would happen to his well-being if they were to be lost. No, he has not tested Xander's challenge, deciding to forge his own path. In terms of those who have challenged before, I mean, centuries ago, countless bands of would-be heroes have saved a town of some moderate problem and decided that they were more than enough to face Xander's challenge. None of them survived or returned. Though, famously, there was one. Jason, the Argonaut, ventured in alongside other notable heroes of the time. But it wasn't until 63 years later that Jason returned. Alone, covered in strange tattoos and markings, and dressed in thick furs. I remember he just appeared in a flash of light at the base of the palace steps, an old man. He said he survived because... She sort of thinks for a moment. My courage gave out at what the Dragon Lords asked of me. The third challenge is unwinnable. Thylea is doomed. He collapsed into my arms, and just before he closed his eyes for the final time, he said to me, I'm glad I got to die at home. And what his words truly meant, I do not know.
I
Unsettling.
answered no fucking questions. But I'm sorry for you. I said that like at the same time as you.
That's okay. I didn't hear what you said either because we were both talking.
But I mean, that does mean you survived the first two trials. How many went with him? Do you know?
I believe 6 accompanied him.
So we have numbers.
7 go in, 1 comes out.
It's not promising.
Well, if you know, were they as powerful and as handsome as we were?
I would say you and Jason had a lot in common, Theamos. But
He's
I
not a
cannot
distant
say-
relative, is he? It's already been enough with him being a demigod. I don't know if I want him to be related to a legend as well.
I cannot say for certain. I do not believe so.
Makes us traumatized.
Apparently,
So-
Pythor has a bunch of children, anyways.
Exactly.
Most
I mean,
of his
it's only a matter of
children,
time they're gonna run into
some of the more long-lived races, to be sure. But he has not
What?
had any children in quite some time, actually.
Other than Thamos and his sister.
Yes, they were the last two.
This Jason. It is very unsettling that he was lost there for 63 years. And his words are even more so.
Understandable. It is a challenge that has not been bested in 500 years of trying. Though, to be fair, after about the first 200 or so, most people gave up on it. It became sort of a folly. Only the mad tried, some trying to loot the necropolis itself, though I'm sure Damon did not like that.
The man with the necklace in Astoria.
I can't say that I've heard of this, but you ran into someone who'd been there.
Yes, there was a necklace he was trying to sell. Mercury almost bought it
I believe
with the curse.
Yeah,
This
it's
man-
cursed.
forever hungry cannot satisfy with food.
The curse of the grave robber. Yes. As I know it, there are memorial tombs to the Dragon Lords all throughout the necropolis, displaying some of their history or visage through a strange sort of clear crystal relief on the exterior. I am sure Damon interred them with personal effects that may have power to them. Perhaps this necklace was one of them. But they are protected by oaths and curses, and perhaps even mundane traps. I would not venture into the other tombs, but if you wish to pay respect to the various Dragon Lords or learn a bit about them, I'm sure that would be fine. In terms of the Tomb of Xander, that is where this challenge should be. I know that anything within, perhaps lost by other challengers, or if you reach the end and are granted the relics of the Dragon Lords, these should all be fair for the taking. If you fall, your treasures will simply be added to everything else.
Light spear of coolness.
What's your light spear of... What is that?
It's the war spear.
Yeah,
Ah, okay.
Our
Lightens and lightning.
obviously.
Okay. I saw light spear and I was like, wait a second, that's the one that Adrastos has. What are you talking about?
Well, the doomed heroes will be well equipped after we fall.
How positive,
I mean,
Atreus.
We need to.
I don't think
Just
we
following
can
her
fall.
tone.
We're the chosen.
We are chosen, but we are also tested. We were
It
not.
wouldn't do.
We were not even brought to Versi until we defeated that boar. And these are the three great labors to see if we have what it takes to face the Titans. There is a very good chance we go in there, and that determines a lot of the rest of our path. Whether come out so that we can face off against Lutheria and Sidon, or we do not, and the Oath of Peace expires. And so goes the stories.
It wouldn't do to be arrogant, Mercury. However, I do believe there is something to what he is saying. Our motive for facing Xander's challenge is different. We're not doing it to be some heroes for the sake of legends or stories. We're doing it to save Thylea.
We
We're
are.
not doing
I
it
mean,
for selfish reasons.
I don't know, guys. I'm with Mercury. I think we got this. So you hold my hand out to fist bump Mercury.
Fist bump him back. Whole temple just collapses.
Woo!
Waddle.
What about the travel to the necropolis itself?
How treacherous is that?
From Mitros to the valleys of the mountains is as you've traveled, mostly plains, grassland, some farms here and there. Simple enough. The actual path to reach the necropolis at the top of Mount Telemark is called the Path of the Dead. It is
Yes.
desolate, mountainous, treacherous, and the only way to reach Telemark. Those mountains have been avoided by the settlers for hundreds of years, which means monsters of all kinds have taken safe refuge in their peaks and valleys. I would not be surprised if even those who wish not to be found are hiding amongst its peaks as well. Save for horrible monstrosities and inclement weather, the perils of climbing a mountain itself, and, well, there's another reason it's called the Path of the Dead. Near the top of the necropolis, that whole summit is steeped in necromantic magic. Telemark did not always simply exist as a mountain. It at one point was somewhat of a small city of its own, made by Telemark Arcalander, one of the Dragon Lords. A brutal and potent fighter. That city is gone. Ruins remain, and the undead keep it.
That is unsettling again.
It is the most perilous challenge I know of on these shores, save of trying to contest the Titans themselves.
There must be a track. Something to avoid their gaze. As a man has come and gone in just the past month.
The undead?
The man we saw in Astoria.
No, she's asking for clarification of what you're avoiding.
Sitting the undead, yes.
Ah,
Make it within the necropolis and return. Not safe as cast, but whole.
certainly. I do not know that the undead there have a mind of their own. They have not had a leader of any kind, though. She sort of pauses in contemplation for a moment. I would be wary. There's a hint of truth to what Mercury says. You all have been chosen by the Oracle, and time again, you have proven successful. And though Sidon's methods have been brutish and, well, easily bested, it seems, his wife is another matter entirely. I would be wary. The undead are her dominion. If
Right.
she takes ire or notice of you, things could shift.
Nyx quietly puts her hand over this piece of cloth that she's got wrapped around her Lutherian mark.
You see Valis sort
mean-
of reach over and put a hand on your shoulder.
I ain't worried about her. What, undead? I mean, they're dead. Not like they did so well in life, so I mean,
There's a sense of truth to that, but at the same time, Damon is undead, and he is the strongest mage I know. An archlich. Someone who has transcended the necessity to consume life itself to maintain his immortality.
Is
Oh, is he
he,
is he evil?
is he manipulated by Lutheria?
No, though as I understand it, his undeath is some ancient oath with her. The truth of it I do not know. But he is not evil. If anything, he is frustratingly neutral now.
Does not
I-
dare.
I
He does
would
not
not
dare
be.
to make Lucy.
I would not put it past. Yeah. I would not put it past him to have gained his immortality at the expense of his ability to step against the Titan of Death.
Well, you know what they
Makes sense.
say. People rush into something, not wait. I mean, sounds like he took the shortcut.
Regardless, Damon's not our problem, is he? It's the undead of the city.
And that's before we even entered the challenge itself.
Yes. The path of the dead is perilous in itself. Undoubtedly going to be a challenge even to get to the necropolis.
Do you think we'd be able to rest after the city, but before the actual challenge? That'd be too dangerous. Shall we
I mean, if
preserve?
Jason lived 63 years in there, I mean, he's a legend, but someone's got to sleep within 63 years.
That is true.
Yes. The necropolis itself is a large. What is the best word? Well, it's a necropolis. It's a large sort of crypt within the mountain itself. Large tombs within it. Though your only company would be quiet air and Damon, you could certainly rest within its halls before entering into the tomb of Xander itself. That is where the
Very-
challenge is.
Very similarly to how we did in the Mithril Mines, then.
Yes, probably. Sounds like it.
And
Well,
the path of the dead is days upon days of climbing and purring. I would wager you would have a fair amount of time to rest between each day as you try to make it to the necropolis itself.
that at least is reassuring.
I mean, the mountain ain't even that tall.
It is the tallest mountain in the land.
Oh no,
No,
please,
it ain't.
don't get upset.
Mercury.
I mean, you might be the goddess of wisdom, but you ain't the goddess of knowledge. I mean, there's a taller mountain on Yavin.
Oh, Mercury.
Excuse me for a moment. I'm gonna try to pull Mercury away. Hey, Mercury. Hey, hi. Phallus isn't as nice as Kira, from what I've kind of gleaned from her personality. I wanna not anger her.
I mean, why would that anger her? It ain't gonna anger you, is it? I mean, isn't that the whole seeking of wisdom is knowing that you don't know all the answers? That there's always hidden truths within the realm?
Phallus, I don't claim him.
It is
Wisdom
all right,
is the
nephew.
constant seeking out of knowledge and understanding. It's never truly
Though
finished.
it pains me to hear that you don't think I'm nice.
Mercury, remember, she's sort of a bitch. Like, I'm standing right here.
I was
You know,
whispering.
Like, my passive perception is 28, but alright, sure.
Your passive stealth is like a 90.
It's like, I only have 30 wisdom. It's fine.
Nothing gets past Auntie.
My friends. Imperia's dying on the inside.
How do you think Nyx feels? This is her god.
Imperia, like, slowly steps back behind the pillar.
Right, so we gotta go kill undead. We gotta go to the necropolis. We got 3 challenges. And then we defeat the necropolis and we save the realm. That seems pretty simple to me.
Well, we have to do other stuff after the necropolis. It doesn't save the realm, but it'd be really nice if that saved the
It's
realm.
another step in saving the realm. All right.
Probably several. We still have to acquire a boat.
Question mark profit.
The missing ultras, I have heard. That is supposedly what you have to hunt down next. I do not envy that quest.
Well, I have already sailed the Forgotten Sea once. To be
That's right,
miserable.
you're from Themis itself, aren't you? Like Michaela.
Along with, yes.
Hmm.
That was a journey.
You are quite lucky to have made it to these shores.
Yes, yes, we are. And I'm glad that Michaela found her place here with you. Michaela and
What was that?
Diana?
You, you forgot her name?
It starts with a D, right? No?
Dementia.
Diana. Well, roll a new character.
So Inferior automatically becomes the doomed one now, right? That's how that
Just
works.
throw her off the balcony. She's
now
right
right.
there.
Tried.
Just right over the balcony.
I know I have it written down, but I left that notebook in the wrong house.
Mm-mm-mm. It's Daria.
Told you.
D. Okay. Yes, Michaela and Daria. I'm glad they found a home here.
Yes.
I'll never forget again, I promise.
How could you make her feel? How could you make them feel bad about themselves over this? They forget one thing.
I'm usually the one that remembers everything. I'm writing it down.
To err is to be human.
Yes. Okay.
What else do you wish to know?
Wish to curry favor with Damon. How would we do so?
I know that you need a coin of the Dragon Lords to cross the bridge into the necropolis. Acquiring one should be easy. I've heard you have relit the Mithril Forge. There should be some there if you haven't already acquired one. That will gain you entry into the necropolis proper.
Have one.
Or to curry his favor personally? You said he was neutral. Is that something he desires?
Neutrality, to be above it all, retreating away into death and silence. Damon. If you are to curry favor with him, I would suppose actually being able to win Xander's challenge would be a great step in that regard. No one has done it, and as a member of the Dragon Lords, being able to carry the burden of that title would mean a lot to him, I'm sure. Or do you mean something else?
That is good enough. And Damon, being the keeper of this place, could he relieve someone of a curse gifted from that? If they were to give recompense to him.
Do you mean a curse from an oath?
A curse like the grave robber's curse.
Ah, the curses of oaths. Well, I think with a strong enough appeal, you could certainly make your case, but he would have to present your case to the Furies. They are the final arbiter of any oath-based curse.
Understood.
Look, if you're going to risk oaths and curses and pry open the other tombs, which, in my opinion, would be a great folly in itself, there are two that would be most foolish. Isadore Wrath, Xander's granddaughter and goddaughter to Damon, who raised her after her father's disappearance and her mother's death by heartbreak. I know you are heroes, but Damon is not a being to be trifled with. Opening her tomb would be catastrophic for you. The
Not
other...
worry. Not my intention.
Good.
Feel like I'm not a grave robber, I promise.
For completion's sake, the other would be Nicholas Phobos, the last so-called ruler of the Dragon Lords after Isidore, though most attribute that title to Isidore because Nikolaus corrupted the order, swore fealty to Sidon. It was this bastardization of the Dragon Lords that would eventually become the Order of Sidon. While I hold no warmth towards his place of rest, I understand it is blessed by Sidon himself. You can only imagine what trifling with that would result in.
I look at Mercury.
Oh, yeah, for Nyx looks at Mercury.
What?
Don't touch it.
Don't touch it.
Forewarned is forearmed. I say that to you as both of Alice and the DM.
Why
Oh,
are you
dear
assuming not
goodness.
gonna touch it?
Is that a genuine question, Mercury?
Yeah.
Are you
I mean,
unaware
according
of,
to our track record.
or are you entirely unaware of the impression you've given us on how you view Sidon?
I mean, yeah, I'm probably gonna. You probably better not let me
your
touch it.
hubris. My winged friend, your hubris will be the death of
I
you.
mean-
guarantee.
I mean, he's a cowardly little bitch. What can I say?
It'll fly.
Just when we get there, just Thamos, you better just grab me.
Put him in
Solve
headlock.
all your problems.
I was going to say something, but I kept it quiet.
I mean, you could always tie me up. I'm sure you're real good at that.
Oh
You're
my
making
dear.
this too easy for me, Mercury.
I mean, I thought you kind of like them easy.
Oh dear God.
I must admit, it brings me a bit of joy to see you all be so jolly at the notion of what it is you must face.
That's
gives
one
me
way
a
No
bit
way
of
of
hope.
hoping.
Common
Otherwise, we are
truth.
jury and we imagined all the wonderful ways we will die.
Oh,
Anyways.
I mean,
we're
he's not wrong.
We're gonna die. I mean, at some point, everybody dies.
Yes, but I would imagine our track, we are like the cheetahs of dying.
Oh,
Other people are like turtles.
but
Okay.
cheetahs are predators.
Anyways, during the storm, Barton was blessed, much like the Citadel, much like the Necropolis. Are there any other unspoken rules? It seemed like the place was meant to be immutable, even so much to distract Vulcan. Is the same rules applying to the Necropolis? Are there more?
Observant. You speak of divine edicts, rules set in place by truly well, divine beings like the Titans and ourselves. Considering Mitros aided Xander and Damon in the challenge of Xander's construction, I would assume there to be edicts in place there as well. There are magics that allow one with enough power to transcend even this. She rubs her fingers together. Material plane. Pass through walls, teleport from one point to another. I cannot say for having never been, but if I were to make something that cannot be easily surmounted, I would protect against such measures.
So magic meant to force open locks. Most likely not work within such place.
A fan of games and contests alike, Xander being the one that inspired the great games in the first place, is rather steadfast in his rules. Though I am sure there is a way to bend them.
Interesting. The last, more mundane question. Before we reach the fallen city on top of the mountain, I have not researched the mountain itself of late. What dangers lie there besides weather and stone? Are there inhabitants we should be aware of?
Yes. As I was saying, the challenge has fallen out of favor to most Mystios over the last 300 years or so. So, in the absence of settler swords and shields, and even some from the old woods, those mountains have been a refuge, I am sure, to all sorts of monsters who do not wish to find a grisly end at the hand of some great hero. What is up there could be anything. I would not be surprised if there was some remnant Gigans hiding up there, for example. Anything that does not wish to be found. I saw that you ran into even the descendants of King Leacon, as she looks at you, Nyx. Perhaps even his descendants might find refuge in such a place. Many things, many things that do not wish to die and have teeth or claw or maybe even sword and spell will try to hide in those mountains, for no one wishes to venture into them anymore.
But
And
no
of
legend
course-
of one that may be chief among them.
No, no great beast to be expected taking dominion of the mountain itself.
If
Understood.
they live within those mountains, perhaps we can go through stealthily and not disturb them. Conserve our strength for the city of dead. That would be ideal.
Bear in mind, this city is using a generous term. These were hundreds of years ago. Mitros started out as a beautiful little hamlet. Centuries ago, it has expanded into the magnificence that it is now over time. Telemach had nowhere near as much time. Small ruins at best.
Anything within the city that might be of note? Do you advise us to visit before reaching our way to the necropolis?
You cannot reach the necropolis without passing through its ruins.
With no particular site within the city to investigate. Simply an obstacle.
Yes. Any great, treasures I'm sure have been absconded with over the centuries. Easier to reach that place than the necropolis itself, though there may be ancient relics strewn across the mountainside. Many have died just in the ascent, so you may come across something of note, but nothing to my knowledge should remain there of great import. And if I were to contemplate all possible outcomes, there was one elemental remaining from that storm you contested against. From my observation, it left the city of Mitros headed northwest, the same direction as the mountains you must climb. It would not surprise me to find it lying in wait for you there.
An
Not
ornament.
forewarned is forearmed.
Indeed, Inferior. As what was that, Sophia?
I assumed the creature that fled was the one that orchestrated the mess. The sun. Is that not the case?
I did not sense the presence of any sort of titan when we were down there. It
Understood.
seemed like something perhaps he put in place and then left to run its course. To what end, I am still investigating. I am concerned about a host of things when it comes to the stability of the city now.
Unless there is information about the relics themselves, I have no other inquiries this time.
We all are desperately in need of rest, including you, probably.
It seems that we have lost power. Thankfully, I have a universal backup keeping me going, but Mel might be out of commission for a few moments.
Oh, she's
Hi.
frozen. I was like, I can still see her, but she's frozen. That's why.
Bro.
I saw it go dark, and I was like,
What am I not supposed to touch again?
the tomb of Sidon's tomb,
Nicholas?
Nikolaus. The tomb of Nikolaus.
Oh, he's got like a hero in there?
Yeah,
There
someone
was.
that the originator of the cult of Sidon. He used to be a
Oh, I'm totally
dragon
putting his
lord.
shit in there.
Oh, Mercury.
Big old dump, just dropping it.
The last leader of the Dragon Lords that fucked it up and made them all turn evil.
See, Thamos, you should be, and Atreus should be coming with me to fuck it up.
And so should Imperia, but she's not gonna because that's
shit.
gonna put a wrench in things.
Nah, we'll do it. We'll defecate in there. It's fine.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm gonna start me a plan that I don't know if Jordan's gonna let me do.
Oh
Do it.
no.
Do it.
Oh
do the plan.
no.
Probably fake the chat can still hear us.
When's Thamos' dragon gonna hatch?
Oh, it hatched. It flew away.
Oh, okay.
It was like, thanks, bitch, I'm out.
Thanks for
Deuces.
incubating me. All right, hopefully
You're not even my
everything
real
should
dad.
stabilize. Had to go reset the breakers. Get yourself a UPC for when you're a streamer, guys. Helps keep the stream going when you lose power. Plus, it's like a winter storm. Mess.
I've got one sitting over there on the table that I haven't hooked up yet because I'm lazy.
Oh my god. Hook it up. Well, the best way to get your plans in place is to run them by me so that I can plan accordingly and see if that's even possible. But, it is what it is.
I'll let you
We're gonna
know
take
here
a
in
shit in that
2
guy's
seconds.
tomb.
It'll be the first thing I do after this conversation, so I'll let you know.
Yeah, I won't let Mercury take a shit in the tomb.
Take a
I mean,
Thank
This
hey,
thing
you.
is tiny now.
you can do what you want to do, but I won't accept any bitching with what happens.
It's fine. I'll cast disguise self so that he won't know it's me, and I'll just take a shit in there.
I got you.
I mean, Nyx will be fucked, but you know.
Hey, y'all know we're still live.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're entertaining the chat for us while we were handling power problems. Thanks,
Don't
guys.
worry, I got a nifty little tool that I
All
got
of my
that
room went out, so I
will
wasn't
make it seem like you're not
sure
even yourself.
how the rest of the stream was affected.
Oh.
I mean, you know,
You're gonna love it.
oaths, as
Apparently
you
they're
are
very
well informed, transcend all form of power, including divinity and titans. So you can fuck with them if you want to.
Yes.
All right.
Except
So let's
you can't
So needy.
complain about the consequences.
Consequences, schmonsequences.
Wow.
I die. I mean,
Oh,
what?
no.
He already took my whole family,
We lost the
city, country.
thingamajig. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I'm your camera person.
Yeah, one
Oops.
moment, guys.
Twitch, no!
You get to look at my beautiful Medusa character from our wonderful Thursday game, Song of Rapture. As Mel tries to get the cameras back up and running. She is amazing, yes. Best girl, thank you.
I mean, I'm just saying, you only have 6 snakes on your staff, but
Second best girl.
5 snakes on your staff and 6 snakes on your head. So
Update that staff.
update that staff. There's probably a new version out on it.
You gotta get
came out with the
fucking-
iOS 12.
Snake staff 6? Damn.
Yeah.
It's still technically a scepter. I need the staff update, Omen.
Oh, hang on. Twitch screen is still not ready to go. It logged into the wrong one. So give me 2 more seconds.
See, the chat loves Mercury. The chat's telling me to do it.
No,
That's
the
because
chat is saying you
that's
need an
'cause
adult.
You have to remember the chat. The chat wants to see you suffer. The chat wants you to die. That's why they want you to do it. Because it'd be funny.
If I die, I die.
But the rest of us might also die.
I mean, you didn't poop in the tomb.
No, but we share an oath of fellowship with you.
Sophia will be fine.
You guys can all die. I'll try again.
Wow. Sophia
I'll go
gathers
find
the
another
new
group of
group of
chosen ones.
heroes.
Maybe we figure out a way to brainwash Sophia, and then Sophia goes and poops in there. There's got to be like a
My
possession
lord.
spell somewhere. I can figure it out.
My lord.
Okay, we can still do this audio style while we try to get the cameras up and running. Do you have any other questions when you want to run by Valis?
Well, can you kick Twitch out of the game real quick because it won't let me come back in?
Uh-oh. No, leave the mic alone, Clyde.
No.
Gotta leave the fuzzy part on it.
Okay, it should be good now.
God, you're so hairy.
Hi, Fable Forge. Welcome to the chat.
Yeah, we just had a power outage, so we're trying to get things reset back up.
Clyde, you are showing dozens of people your belly. Have some self-respect. Actually, you're not. Twitch camera's off, so we're good.
Yeah, it won't let me log in as myself or as Twitch now. Could you make sure that we're not in the game?
Sit you down. Go lay in
Just need
bed.
to reset the game.
Yeah, because it wants me to log in as Kishi, and that's the only option it's letting me log in as.
All right. Well, let's go restart the game then. That's the game.
I assume you've already reloaded and stuff.
I'm working on it. I've like closed a whole bunch of windows and stuff.
Yeah, give us a few moments. We're going to take a short break and try to get this back up and running in just a few moments. Thanks so much. All right, everyone. I want to thank you all so much for hanging in there through our technical difficulties. Truly a shame, but we are ready to go ahead and get started with some more Heroes of Thylea, continuing on with where we left off with the Oracle's Chosen, getting all the information they can on the Necropolis, the Challenge of Xander, and the Mountains of Telemark, host to the Path of the Dead, the treacherous trail they must scale in order to reach said Necropolis. As we're all back and ready to keep on going here, and we turn off this weird dystopian music. So, what other inquiries did you have?
No more for this instant.
Huh.
Only where I might find some rest.
I was going to speak to that. I would say, as a final word, I know you must be tired after the battle today, but I implore you to push past that. Take the time to celebrate this victory with the city if you can. The five have fallen out of favor compared to Acastus and his dragon lords. Even more so to the Titans. But we are the only ones truly in your corner against their tyranny. If the people of Mitros, and even more so the people of Thylea, love you, our strength will only grow. We will both be better for it. Consider how you might make an impression tonight, and hopefully at the memorial in a few days. With that out of the way, I need to speak with Sophia and Nyx alone, as Valis just sort of gestures towards the entranceway in the door.
Imperia leaves.
Nyx
Sophia's
looked almost-
won't leave.
Nyx looked almost concerned when she called about Sophia, and then surprised that she was also included in that.
Bartholomeus, let us go get sandwiches. Playing Peter's character even though he's still here.
Where?
Oh, get up, pets, get out of here.
After the others leave, you see Valis's... Darius is still there. Darius is just listening in, the perfect spy. So
Yep.
cute, so adorable, almost unnoticed.
Kill them.
Hey, if the
You
DM
see-
doesn't notice, it means the player has their spy.
Yep. You see Valis's demeanor shift even further into a degree of casual, but at the same time, a sort of decided seriousness. Sophia Akromatikos.
Yes.
To put it simply, your house is in disarray. Debts are spilling over, and the other noble families are circling over the assets. I have heard something has changed behind your grey doors, but obviously I have not been deep in your internal affairs. I also recognize that you have a lot on your plate with saving the world, apparently. You don't have time to manage an estate on top of that. That being said, the oaths and contracts of your house need to be honored. I will extend you a proposal to consider. I will take in your house as part of the Queen's domain as a temporary measure. I'll make sure your estate falls no further. The properties you still have will be yours. This is simply a stopgap measure. If the Titans are successfully stopped, my patronage will end after 1 year. If you are concerned with my motivations, know that I only have an interest in your mental clarity. I have come to see you as a leader from the shadows of this crew, and you need not be distracted by your family's failures on your path to redemption. What say you?
Your sight is as keen as they say, but you need not worry about my station and my family. And if I had the power, I would accept, but I do not. I have not been an heir to my family for a very long time. I've been disowned. You would still allow such an opportunity. I would have you speak to the current heir, the current head, of which, I'll be honest, I do not know who holds that title. Possibly my father.
Your family, the core of it, has been exceedingly difficult to contact. Your mother and father especially so. You have been disowned, but my station as queen can allow me to appoint you as the executor of this estate.
Part of my efforts, part of the struggle and the reason why I'm here is to regain that position if I'm able. But it is only earned when a very specific task is taken care of. I cannot accept any other loophole, as it were. I thank you for the kindness, but once again, I have put my family's affairs out of mine for now. It is not strictly for them that I do this. It is for another that I'm afraid you cannot know.
Unwilling to take a shortcut. Interesting. Perhaps that trait will prove useful for you. So be it. I will let the dice roll what they will, then.
I thank you.
Nyx.
Yes.
She turns to you, and you see just a slightly pained expression on her face as she looks at you. Like one of concern and... Give me an insight check. Difficult DC.
Inside check.
Oh.
Ooh. The slightest hint of shame. I imagine you have felt a multitude of ways from our first meeting to now. I have been cold and standoffish with you, and you have maintained your faith with not only myself, but with the Five in general. You, in spite of your extraordinary life, have not wavered. I feel I owe you an explanation, lest doubt fester. I can sense, more acutely than anyone else, that you and Lutheria are connected. The uneasiness you have seen across people's faces is no fault of your own. It is because they feel as though the Titan of Night herself is but mere feet from them. I feel the
Ouch.
same. Being near Lutheria is stressful, to say the least, especially for someone like myself. Growing from that awful mark on your arm is Thanagy, the energy of death itself. You are awash in it, Nyx. And you are not alone in that. When she looks slowly towards you, Sophia, you are marked by it as well, though I do not see a source. You two are more connected than I think you know. Or perhaps it is circumstantial. It would be unwise to make a broad assumption on the musings of Lutheria. Either way, it has taken me a bit of time to get used to it. I have not felt that necromantic presence in centuries. But now, she sort of smiles at you again, thanks to your valiant efforts, I can see the hopeful, caring priest beneath all of that death and despair. Know that so long as you stay true to yourself and your allies, and she looks from you to Sophia, I have faith in you overcoming whatever may come your way.
I appreciate the explanation. I suppose Lutheria's true intentions and what is to become of me and why still remains a mystery to even you.
There is no better kept secret in Thylea than Lutheria's.
Wonderful. I I do appreciate it, and I know you are very busy. I do not know the next time I will be in Mitros, and I had wanted to meet with you for a very long time. If you have any sliver of minutes in your day, I'd like to have a conversation with you.
There are celebrations to be had and mourning thereafter. But perhaps in the eve of that day, or the days to come, before you set out on your next venture, we can speak in absolute privacy, if that is what you wish.
Yes, and I am going to be assisting the temple with the memorial for the fallen.
Good. I am sure they will be happy to have you. If there is nothing else, I want to thank you both. May the light of Mitros shelter you from the storms of your lives. And I ask one more thing of you. Your challenge is going to be a testing one. And it is one that, in my wisdom, I must unfortunately request that you make shy one of your number. I need to speak with Bartholomeus alone, please. I do not believe he will be able to join you on this endeavor. But if he completes what it is is required of him by the Five in time, I will see to it that he joins you as quickly as possible.
What is it that we are to tell the others of his departure?
Simply that fate has made it so.
A piece is removed from the board. I'll plan accordingly.
I'm sure you'll find your checkmate nonetheless.
Thank you, Valis, truly. Miss Nix bows her head and grasps the medallion that she was just given.
As you all depart, presumably send in Bartholomeus. Bartholomeus learns of his crazy vision quest that he must venture upon, alone, facing down who knows what, who knows where. But that'll be his story to tell, should he return. Let's see. And we return to the city of Mitros, unless there is any conversation you all wish to have immediately outside of the door.
Actually, as Nix is walking down the hall with Sophia, well, I've known about a connection to Lutheria basically my entire life. What of you?
My family has had a connection with Valis and Lutheria and the entity we worship. But we have known that the goddess and Titan cannot lay eyes upon our deity. They cannot know of her, even though she wishes it. Unless Lutheria has found a way. I do not know how she would be directly involved. But maybe she has. Maybe the finding of her started all of... I cannot say.
If it is us meeting that has caused this, I'm truly sorry.
No. This mark upon me, much as your mark upon you, has been here for quite some time. I have struggled to re-find her voice for years now, far before the calling of the prophet.
Would you like some help in finding her? I don't know what help I can offer besides my clerical gifts.
The only lead I have so far is the words of the oracle, and that in this journey I will find some answers, that some light will be shed, and maybe her voice will be returned to me. Besides that, all I can do is struggle onward. It would be helpful if you did not die along the way, though. I'm growing tired of finding replacements.
Wow.
Well, to be perfectly honest, Sophia, I don't think I'm going to have much of a choice. I know I talk a lot about this control over my death, but the reality of it is I'm probably just entertaining Lutheria for the moment. When she's bored of me, she'll dispose of me.
Then make sure she does not grow bold.
Oh my god.
All right. I'll do what I can.
Dear Lord.
Nix just has like a small. She stops.
What?
I thought. Nothing. I hear things sometimes. Snix tries to shake it off and keep walking.
A laurel for you. And a laurel for you. As a matter of fact, go ahead and get yourself 2.
Oh shit.
Fucking love that system.
2 for Sophia or 2 for both?
2 for Sophia for that one. Good shit. As the clock will move forward, time starts to pass as the celebrations throughout the city get underway in greater number. As let me just crank this on for coming on like 6 p.m. now. Indeed.
A whole day.
Yeah, as you guys are able to get some time to yourselves to relax, sort of recuperate, the words of Valis hopefully ringing in your ears to enjoy the celebrations of the city, for your appearance and presence is an important one after this miracle, especially for yourselves and for the 5. As dusk swiftly approaches, Kyra and Pythor have been busy alongside Valis's immense staff, laying out provisions and coordinating with different agoras and gathering places throughout the city. The whole city, from top to bottom, will be alive with music, drink, food, and merriment. Drachmi is changing hands at an alarming rate, and Kira is apparently setting up something spectacular, originating from the harbor. Word has spread to the entertainers and musicians and singers that they are welcome to join her in spreading hope towards the future at 10:30 tonight. Kira personally finds you, Mercury, in a burst of divine speed. You see her appear before you, a flash of white and a brilliant smile, face flushed. The Kira that inspired Yavin, the music goddess. And she looks at you like she is having the time of her life. Mercury, I want to personally invite you to lend those magnificent pipes of yours to my performance. But it is a performance dedicated to the oracle's chosen, which traditionally you'd sit out on and bask. Yeah, but I would be happy to have you, though. Tradition schmission. What do you want to do?
Oh man, how are we gonna celebrate? What are we singing? What are we playing?
We'll be channeling the word of the gods all throughout the city. I will be guiding all of you through song and verse, and, well, you just have to see. It's going to be amazing.
Well, all right.
You're in?
Yep.
Excellent, excellent. As you just feel quite quickly the presence of Kira grow much closer to you as she just wraps you up in a brief hug, and it's startling for a host of reasons, nonetheless, which that immediate sort of refreshment, that almost memory triggering change of your senses, the warmth from her and the way some perfume she's wearing or something just about her, the presence of her immediately takes you back to the shores, to the beaches, to that ocean smell, that presence of Yavin, the unique flora and fauna all mixing together into this magnificent forgotten island. And just as quickly as it hits you, it's gone as she releases you from the hug and speeds off through the city. You find yourself almost slapped by it.
Just kind of look around. Just kind of walk away. Just a little bit of a breeze goes by as you see probably about 3, 4 azure blue feathers just down the street.
You shoot her with magic missile. Why?
Because I'm a cheetah, not a turtle.
Do you already have any laurels, my friend, or are you at 0 on your character sheet?
I don't know. I think I'm at 0. At
All
one.
right. Well, you're
And then
gaining
my
one
character sheet
now. Now, it is sure to be a wild and long night, and everyone wants you to attend as heroes of the miracle as well. Different sections of the city will be having their own main parties. The words of this reach your ears quite quickly, all of them hoping you'll stop by or stay throughout the night, even. The common folk in Stygian Row, the merchants and business owners near the docks, the nobility atop their high rising hill in the Great Agora. The scholars of the Academy want to share wine and talk philosophy, hosting multiple symposiums in the Palace District. The Druids of Thylea and the Temple of the Five are coming together to host a banquet to both Thylea and Mitros, the soil and sun, respectively. And of course, not to be outdone, all of the theater companies are putting on shows and want the oracles chosen as guest of honors. 6 factions, all vying for your attention. And where you spend the night will leave an impression on the city, along with where you don't. Kyra, in her brilliant wisdom, says that the best results for your sake is to go to these places as a group. You'll have the most impact, but you don't have to. As you are given the opportunity to basically go on a pub crawl, if you so choose, going from these different sections and spending your time there. But if you divide yourself up and only spend so much time in each place, you'll lessen the impact that your presence will have in these different places. But let me know, what do you all want to do? Talk amongst yourselves.
Well,
So
is
what if we
anybody-
do?
Is first, let's get this out of the way. Is there anywhere nobody wants to go to?
You mean like places we don't want to go or places we do want to go?
Do not. Any place. If we're going to make an appearance, I suggest we make an appearance at the place we do not want to spend the most time in. They can
Right.
boast that we were the first to, we went on to their event first, but then we get to enjoy the rest of the night.
Can I get like a list?
Yeah, can I get a printed?
Yeah, who to 6?
Yeah, can we look? Can we get a look-see? Because Inferior heard Thylea's temple and green things and
Yeah.
didn't hear anything else.
And how close can we be to Silence Temple so I can throw beer bottles at it?
Oh my god. Because Inferia's idea, or I guess my idea. What?
Actually, I also want to go to Siding's Temple. Where's Gaius? Where's my best friend?
Oh my god.
You can smell them.
The temple to Sidon is closed. They are not having a celebration.
Of course not. Cowards.
Take that.
They're
My
all
idea is that we try
soldiers.
to we try to hit everywhere as a group, just like bounce, boom, 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 and at like 10 o'clock or something, all split up to wherever we wanted to go, so that we get to be where we want, and we also have the impact of a group.
But
Maybe not 10 o'clock.
Yeah, 10 o'clock is when the concert is.
I thought 10:30 was.
Yeah, 10:30.
Oh.
Yeah, man.
So maybe more like
go.
9 o'clock. You gotta go?
Yeah, man, I gotta go to the show there.
Oh, the concert, yeah.
Yeah.
So what if we hit...
I vote for the common folk.
Yeah,
You
like
wanna
what
go
if
to them
we hit the common folk first? Which is gonna insult the nobility, but at the same time, like, we don't care a whole lot about the nobility, do we?
I mean,
And
the
if we
thing.
don't care a whole lot about the nobility, that's more the reason why we go first.
Yeah.
But we don't want them to have the bragging rights of us going.
I mean, but you caveat it with
What's
they
the
gotta
options?
go donate to the Temple of the
It's in the
Five.
list.
True.
Common
Oh,
folk,
They got
the
all the
merchants
money
and
and
business owners,
influence.
the nobility, the scholars of the Academy,
So
the Druids of Thylea and the Temple of the Five, and the theater companies. And I'd ask that you divide up your time out of a percentage. So if you only spend a couple, like an hour or so with the nobility or something, you spend like 10% of your night with them. Do it up like that.
Okay. So what if we spend an hour with the nobility, and then an hour with the merchants and business owners, and an hour with the scholars. And then we have the rest of the night for the common folk, the theater companies, the druids.
How many hours we got?
More or
Yeah.
less,
like-
kind of all night. It's kind of like an all night shindig. So basically, like 10 hours essentially, starting at 7. Party's gonna go super late. People are just enjoying life way into the early morning.
Yeah, I mean that sounds fine, right? I mean, I gotta go to the show and whatnot, but then we can hit them back 3. So, I mean, we should hit the nobility before the show. That just makes sense. And merchant and business owners, right?
Yeah.
Then I think it's kind of a crapshoot.
I'd rather not go to the nobility or the business owners. I have a feeling I will not fit in there, and I will be more on a pedestal than really talking to them.
I mean,
So will we all, Atreus, or at least most of us.
That's
Yeah.
my argument.
Yes, I
if
would
we
like
go.
to avoid that. Yes.
That's
Well,
what they
now-
want of us.
But we're not looking to like mingle with them. We'll probably just
No,
stay
no, no.
there
We
in the
just-
corner, posed for,
Pose for
art.
painting.
It feels quite strange.
Of course it feels strange, Atreus, but that's how they work.
that's true. It'll help out if we point them to worshiping the 5 and helping them get more power and influence in the city.
And it could aid us in the future if we ever need noble connections of some sort.
That's right. I mean,
Doesn't Sophia just sort that out anyways?
No, we had to be there, remember in Astoria? Sophia did the logistics, but we still had to be there for them to look at.
yeah.
And I would request a repeat performance, Mercury.
Well, I mean, Trace, you don't have to do it. We don't have you on a leash. You don't have to come. I'm sure. Like, how many people are here? How many people do we have? We just lost Kishi. We're at 6 now, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm sure 5 out of the 6, or 6 out of the 7, if Bartholomew isn't too busy, still good enough if you don't want to come with the nobility and merchants. Honestly, we're going to spend more time, or at least I'm going to spend more time with the common folk anyways.
Yes,
Agreed.
I think we should. I think that we make our token
Meet you there.
appearances. Oh, all right.
Hype us
The
up
rest-
before we get there.
Yes. We'll make our token appearances with the nobility and the merchants beforehand. And then we'll enjoy our nights where we will. Though perhaps I think it would be important for at least a few of us to visit the academy.
Probably the people that will vibe with them the most.
Yes.
Can we see
Is-
vibe
is-
increase?
Is the academy near the temples?
They are on opposite sides of the city.
Oh, fun! Imperia's gonna be tracking back and
Because
forth all
the
across
banquet is
city
going to
all
be
night.
over. It's going to be over in the Thylean, the Druids of Thylea's section, not at the Temple of the Five. The Temple of the Five will be setting up for the funeral, so they don't want to have a banquet at the same time that they're preparing bodies.
Cool. So then we're gonna spend 10% of our night, or an hour, however, whatever percent that you said 10 hours, right? So yeah,
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
I did that math right, didn't I?
10 with nobility, 10 with merchants,
And
the
then
other 3.
probably 10 with theater companies because a show is probably going to be about an hour.
I don't know if the show's included in that.
And with like the time spent with the theater companies.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's like 3 there's a couple big theater companies, and each of them are putting on a show. Though attending
Divide and conquer?
it's certainly doable.
Are they all the same show? Or
Yeah,
different
they're all different
shows?
shows.
What shows are they showing?
I only want to go to the raunchiest one.
Oh, I have just a place for you to go to for that.
Nix knows all the places.
We spent a bit of time at each.
They're putting on 3 big shows that you catch wind of. The Fall of Estor, about Estor Arcalander, one of the Dragon Lords. It's a supposed tragedy that you may have heard of. Supposedly takes place during the First War and depicts Estor Arcalander's final days. In the end, he sacrifices himself to save the entire crew of his legendary ship, the Ultros. The Plight of Polenia, a dark comedy that takes place in Hypnos, the Throne of Dreams, where Lutheria is depicted as charming and sympathetic as she tortures Polenia, a bard with no sense of humor. And a very, very popular and famous performance, Pythor and the Five Sisters, a tragedy that describes the tumultuous love affair between Pythor, his jealous wife Hexia, and, well, is commonly depicted as Pythor being an insatiable idiot who bumbles his way into becoming king.
Well, I would like to see the one about Estor. I'm sure that between the 6 of us, we might be able to cover all 3.
I like the thought of the Estor one, because I do not want to see the Lutheria one. But I do think the Pythor one would be a lot of fun and entertaining. Of course, if I'm going with Theamos to also laugh at it. I would like to partake in that alone.
Sure, we'll go laugh at my father together.
Very good. I'm not sure if any of us are interested in the one about Lutheria. It's a little close to home.
A little too close, yes.
Bit unfortunate.
So we just skip that one altogether. Who's coming in? Who else is going to come to laugh at my father with me?
Is there some sort of after party or something so that we don't totally shortchange that theater company?
I mean, I can go to the theater company a bit. I mean, I know a few folks around them parts.
So are you volunteering to watch the play about Lutheria?
I mean, you know, I guess you gotta take one for the team.
Well, if they are your friends, you could perhaps explain to them our reasoning in person so they don't feel quite so shortchanged.
You know, if it's real bad, I'll boo them.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. I mean, honestly, it's probably better for us not to see it than to see it and insult them.
I put my arm around
I mean, if
Mercury's
it's a
shoulder.
bad performance, it's in every single patron's right to let the theater company know. It's called a critical review.
I put my arm around Nix's and Mercury's shoulder. Let's go laugh at my father.
All right, sounds
like
I mean, I've been booed plenty of times on stage. It's just...
Yeah, Mercury is completely right in terms of even the best theater companies have had shit shows and have been booed off stage before.
Especially Greek theater.
Of all of the places, I will probably come back at some point to the Druids and the Temple. Their ceremony for Thylea is something I do want to spend a bit of time with, but that I will not involve any of you in that. That is just something I intend to do once we're done with public figuring around.
That is where I intend to spend most of my night. It will be my retreat when the people become too much.
And
I can
mine
also visit the scholars of the academy.
I'll go too. I think that sounds like a little bit of fun.
I may linger with the nobles, but I have to find a few people. And meeting with the merchants and those within the academy may be useful.
Very well. How about this? How about Nyx, Sophia, and I, and Mercury and Thamos start with the nobles, and then move on to the merchants,
Yeah.
and then make an appearance, at least, with the common folk before the show. And then we'll have the show with Mercury and Kira. And then afterwards, we can all split. We'll spend the show with the common folk, right? And Sophia, Nyx, and I can go to the scholars. And then
We all
the
go
theater companies. The shows will probably be after that, right?
and then we spend the rest of our night doing whatever it is that we please.
Yes.
Works for me.
I think that would be substantial. I do think Atreus had the right ideas to spend the entire night wherever it is that his heart desired, but
Jeez. Right.
Okay, so as a group, the set of you, for the most part, save for Atreus, we're looking at 10% of your time with nobility, 10% with merchants, 20% with theaters with the 2 shows, and 10% with scholars.
Yes.
Are the shows after each other?
Yeah, they are at separate times. In separate theater
Hey!
companies.
Well, then technically
Okay.
we could just go with all of them, but also,
no.
do we really?
The theory one.
I also
100%
think it
theater
makes
companies.
sense. It might also make sense because, we're supposed to fight the Titans.
Yeah.
So,
If that play shows Lutheria in a sympathetic light, who's running the play?
Well, I mean, I'll boo them. I mean, real loud.
I think
It's
it's more of a satire a little bit. She's portrayed as sympathetic while she is torturing someone.
I don't like it.
It's like the Stephen King novel Misery. That's the
Breaking
impression I'm
people's
getting.
Which one is that? Is that the one where the person breaks the
Yeah,
guy's legs? Okay.
snaps his ankles, yep.
It's not quite that sort of torture. It's a dark comedy. It'd be really related to what Nyx has gone through before her bad luck started to kill her. It was more of an
So it's like an
inconvenience sort of
autobiography
thing.
of.
Yeah, think like
Accidentally
I
the
guess
chosen
like
one.
sort of like a Jim Carrey slapstick dark comedy.
Oh, yeah, no, not interested.
Oh, is it like one of those? Fuck, I'm not gonna remember the names. But there's like a play within a play type of shit where everything goes wrong, but you somehow have a successful performance anyways. There are scripts based on that premise.
The play
Yeah,
that goes
kinda,
wrong.
sort of.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, that sounds right. And I guess at that point we just go to the 2 separate plays together, since it's not at the same time anyways.
I still don't really have an interest in the play about Pythor, but I'm more than happy to spend that time with either the common folk or the druids.
I'm going to spend the rest of my night with the druids after the shows. So whether you decide to get a head start on that or not, I'll be seeing you anyways.
I would like to spend a significant portion of my night with the common folk. However, I'm not sure how much I can take of being
People.
surrounded by people.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, right? The common folks are gonna have the best party.
All
You
right.
got the least to lose.
Are you going to join the common folk after we see our show, or you're not joining us for the Pythor one?
I'm not joining you for the Pythor one. I probably spend that time with the common folk and then go to the druids when the show's over.
Leave the mic alone.
Is there any time that you guys are going to spend as a group, like more than 3 of you, with the common folk at a time? And don't worry too much about the order. It's more so focused on just how you're spending your time.
I think that at least at one point in time, we're all going to be there. Because we're all planning on being with the common folk during Mercury and Kira and stuff's performance.
Yeah.
At
And
least.
even by then, even if like Sophia has splintered off to like do noble stuff, there'd still be like a good group of us hanging out
10
there.
noble, 10 merchants, 20 theater, 10 scholars, 10 common folk for the group.
The whole group, yeah.
More or less.
Or at least 5 of us.
And then, so for all of your, and then I'll spend the rest of the nights. Give me your rest of the nights in order. Sophia, where are you dedicating your personal time to?
It is literally going to be noble scholars, then merchants, so probably just merchants the rest of the time. Not do anything else.
Merchants for remainder. And Mercury.
Probably common folk.
All right. Yeah, Inferior.
The common folk for a little bit, but mostly the druids.
Druids in majority.
Like
got
a
it.
40-60 ratio. 40-60 ratio or 30-70.
Theamos.
Rest of the time with the common folk.
Nyx.
Also, we'll spend some time with common folk, and then probably go to the druids and temple with Inferior.
Which one would you give the majority to?
Druids.
All right. And Atreus. You just hanging out with the common folk all night?
Yep. 100% of the time.
So many sandwiches will be consumed this evening.
All the
Yeah.
noble sandwiches, though, huh?
Ugh.
Those
Club
are
sandwiches
finger
suck.
sandwiches.
Ah, yes,
finger
the
sandwich?
club
Nobody-
sandwich. How
Noble
elusive.
sandwiches they're small, like for a
Hey,
baby bird.
the Great Agora,
With-
in order to be the sandwich shop of the Great Agora, you have to make a mean fucking sandwich. So 10% nobility, 10%
sandwiches.
merchants, 20% theater, 10% scholars, 10% common folk. No group visit to the druids. It's just our 2 nymph babies are gonna go spend time with the druids after the fact by themselves. Okay, so cool. Got it. That will play into how Mitros perceives you in the future and who it is you may develop relationships with. As I'm not gonna handle all of that right now because that's a lot of math and thinking. But you may come to find out over the coming weeks certain NPCs that you may meet from your time in the celebration that you'll be familiar with off screen, as we're not going to burn 15 sessions having a massive party. It's going to be a crazy celebration. It's going to be great. You guys have a great time. Meet and greet people. Tons of people want, have tons of like sort of inane celebrity-like questions. Like, a lot of the women of the group get asked if they have any special someone that they're thinking about, that sort of deal for both of you, which is an interesting sort of question for the 2 of you.
Which one doesn't count as a girl? Because there are definitely 3 girls in the party.
All of you.
We
For
all
your
get
characters.
asked. Okay, so which of us snaps back? Well, why don't you ask Theamos that question? Nick snaps back. Nick
Oh, see,
Nick
Theamos doesn't get asked. Theamos just has a host of people paying way too much attention to him, both in nobility and in the common folks, basically everywhere he goes, as he is a gorgeous, gorgeous man, and men and women alike are spending a lot of time batting their eyelashes at you, trying to get your attentions, Mr. Heir to War.
And yes, you do have to sleep with all of them.
Orgy.
As Atreus spending time all of his night with the common folk is sort of pulling people from their own separate parties and sort of forming this large congregation where people don't really like, they don't truly bother you too much after a certain point, just assuming, of course, you maintain your sort of everyman stoicism, though they are extremely thankful. Lots of people thanking you over and over and over again for what you're doing, bringing you food, and just wanting to pick your brain about this or that. You have you encounter some like guards and other Mystios who are asking you for like tips and tricks on like being a better fighter and you know, how it is you fight and did you learn underneath someone, that sort of deal. Lots of people interested in your abilities martially for sure. And you find yourself
Actually,
oh,
I don't want to say actually, but Asharius would also somewhat, against what he was talking about with the nobles, would also somewhat entertain the common folk too, because these are the true people he's fighting for. He's seen the nobles and the one king, you know, that follows all the nobles. He seemed kind of like asshats, followers of the Titans. Go away, stupid heads. Yeah, he doesn't really like the nobles here, but he'll fight for the common folk, and that's what he's showing off for. So he'll certainly
Alright.
entertain them.
And that leads perfectly into my final question for your little pub crawl. As you guys are all going to your different little areas, is there anything with, you have a pretty strong narrative control in this question. Is there anything you do with the places you visit to leave an impression?
Yep,
I'm gonna-
I bougie up with all the nobles.
I force Mercury to do a repeat performance of last time around. Tell our story as he's going through our investigation of the Mossy Temple and the Citadel and all that. I am pulling out Nyx's old armor and the magical bow. When we talk about the strange encounter with the satyrs out in the wood, I'm pulling out the goblet and auction number 2 with the
Oh
nobles.
boy.
Yep.
Which goblet is this?
It's the
Got
no
random crap.
all drinky, no drunky goblet.
The
Tankard of sobriety.
the tankard of sobriety from Narissa.
Yep.
Ooh, that is going to be interesting. Okay.
Oh.
Oh, you didn't even offer it to any of us first?
Nope.
All right. So noble
Also
auction.
the stone form potion.
You're auctioning the resistance potion.
The stone form potion.
The one
The
that makes you like
petrification-
stone.
The petrification
The one-
potion, trying to
made-
get ahead of the issue that you catch wind of. Though it's a little chronologically incongruent, but I'll allow it.
No, it's not. It's the one that turns you into stone, not the curing one.
Oh,
One
the
that
big
makes you
resistance
kind of like the
potion.
stone.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the one that has pretty bad drawbacks and it's really risky. But
It is
I
pretty
can
risky.
tell about how we used the blood of the basilisk to make it, and it was from our original fight. It's more selling the story than it actually being a useful potion.
Gotcha,
I'm not
gotcha.
selling it to adventurers so they can go adventure. I'm selling it to nobility so they can have a fancy potion on their shelf.
And
Hey,
here's
I
our
did my
bathwater.
best of making something I thought was really strong, but also possibly
our
really
bathwater.
detrimental.
Yeah, I'm selling e-girl bathwater.
E-girl bathwater. Noble
that's
auction
essentially what
for
you're
Sophia
doing.
and Mercury. Okay, so Mercury, give me a performance check for the record, so we can see how your story does. So we can see what kind of impression you leave there.
Because I'm using my voice, right?
Yeah, baby, get some advantage.
Advantage. Let me see here. Checks. This button.
23. Very nice, very nice, very nice. All right, so you get a 23% bonus to auctioning and selling off Nyx's old armor, the Heroic Curious, the one made by Vulcan.
Yep.
It's the
All
one
right.
she took to the Citadel and used throughout the Citadel fight, but then she upgraded. She was like, hey, sell this. It's like, okay.
All right.
I think
let's
somebody
see.
else did too, but I can't find it anywhere on my list of anybody else that upgraded their armor. So I'm just going with that one.
All right. What's your starting bid for that?
Oh, I don't remember what the last one was.
A lot of money.
A lot of money. It's Vulcan made.
9 billion drachmae!
Let's see. Do. What did I sell the last shit for? Oh, fuck. Try to sell teeth and shit. I'll start at like 500 drachmae or so for the armor.
All right, 500 drachmae. Let's see. And Mercury, give me a persuasion check.
We're sorry. The persuasion check you're trying to reach is currently in the kitchen.
I got you. Skills.
If you roll shit, I declare a mulligan.
It was
21.
a private roll.
Oh, it's Inferia's armor. Did you have like some old leather armor or something?
Oh yeah, I had armor before I got the heroic curious. It's
Oh, that's old
Amazonian.
armor. Yeah.
It's
Except
Amazonian
persuasion.
armor from.
Themis.
Alright, I'll sell some
That
I thought.
Amazonian armor.
Yeah, it's an antique.
Alright.
Kidding?
That sounds
It
fancier than
sailed-
just random leather armor.
It sailed across the Forgotten Sea with me, and I
Okay.
survived.
Yeah, we'll sell it to any noble that wants to pay a pretty penny just to smell Amazonian sweat.
Oh,
Yep,
Jesus.
there's literal bath water.
You're starting the
eagle
bidding
clothing.
at 30,000 drachmae!
Guaranteed
Eagle
not
sweat,
to
eagle
change
sweat.
since the last fight that it was fought in, yeah.
We also have some chisels of her feet if you're interested.
Yeah. Guaranteed musk on this stuff.
Again, no!
Okay, we find Jordan.
Yep.
Oh no, I love it. I'm glad you guys are fucking playing along. This was a really weird situation that I wanted to figure out how to like kind of make a thing, and you guys are going with it just the way I wanted you to, so it's fine. Okay.
I'm gonna
So
drop some inventory here.
Yeah.
All right,
random crap just builds up.
Nix's
I'm like, I need to
armor
get rid of some of this crap.
fetches. Nix's armor fetches you 828 drachmae at the final bid. All right, just to speed this along, I'll give you decent starting points. For the Tankard of Sobriety, a fair starting bid would be probably about 1250 for such a potent magical item for the nobility only. Most common folk would not really have a care for it, but for them, something like this is pretty useful.
Drink your
It's-
friends on the table.
Yep, 1250 times 0.21 plus Okay, so it's a little rich-blooded for this one, but you end up coming out ahead at 1,762 drachmae for the Tankard of Sobriety.
Nice.
It was 850 for the first one.
828.
828 drachmae, and then 1762 drachmae. The stone form potion is sort of a lower ask because you don't have, to be completely fair, Davos made this for utility, and it is in a strong utility-based bottle. It's not in a very fancy glass-blown ornate sort of deal, so it doesn't have a very royal appearance, but it's still attached to you. It still has the history. Assuming, of course, you provide, a certification of its authenticity or something, the nobles seem interested, but their asking price is fairly lower compared to your previous items, as we'll start the bid at around 250, and then 23% and 21 in auctioning skill. So you catch 322 drachmae for the potion. And the magic short bow is a very, very, very expensive item. It has a
boy.
great deal of power behind it, something that could be a worthwhile sacrifice to a, well, hoarding creature. But with it being auctioned, let us see.
Worthwhile sacrifice to the dragon, but you know, we're just gonna get rid of it anyways. Fine. Everything's fine.
Plus the base price. All right. That comes out quite nicely. As for the short bow of cupidity, you get quite a lot of money. 6,150 drachmi is the final auction as the night progresses and the nobles seem to be truly like just enraptured in this moment. The celebration, the fever of the miracle that has happened has made them pretty loose with their purse strings. What's up?
Furious armor.
Inferior would be willing.
I didn't say it was the last one. I just said that was 6,150 gold for drachmi for that one.
Gotcha. Nice.
Inferior's willing to give a demonstration of sorts if it helps with her armor.
Sure.
Throw chakrams around the room. Look epic.
Give me a performance check with your choice of Dex or Wisdom.
I'm trying to beat out Nix's armor. Hey, Nix, my armor sold for more than yours. I'm just saying.
You know.
Hey, now don't forget, there's a little snap, little whiplash to Inferior, if you recall.
Yeah. I have some moments. Okay, performance with
Dex
either
or Wisdom, your choice.
Dex or Wisdom. How do you?
You should have clicked on the
Enhance
little
her
box.
dexterous ability.
Aha.
Little enhance ability on that dex.
All right, go ahead
does
and hold
that
down
do?
Shift when you click it to roll with advantage. As Sophia's shown. Ooh, good thing too. 18. All right, that's gonna be a lot. All right, hold on.
I did that with Dex instead.
So we're starting at the same base point, but then we're adding 21%.
Help to refill the coffers.
And then 23 for the performance. And then Nick, Inferior's performance for another 18. All right, so that's a lot. So 500
Expensive
plus.
souvenir.
As Inferior's armor sells for a whopping 1,120 drachmi.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
As utilizing your guys' checks for percentage-based increases, basically factoring how much they're willing to auction to try to compete against each other.
And of course, as the last time, as we're going through the auction, I'm scribbling down fucking nobles' names and contact information.
All right, I'll get you the aristocracy within the next 4 weeks.
I mean, I have it on a note for Astoria that I have this also, so it's just a idea of like I have a rough idea of the nobles in the area and who is willing to fucking cash
Pay
out.
up. Yeah, and you notice quite easily the aristocracy of Mitros is far wealthier than Astoria. Like we're talking crazy. Like the 1% is where is in Mitros.
Like, it's
and
fine,
you're
honey. It's
seeing lots
fine.
of
It's only
power.
7 million drachmi. Please, that's just our walking around money.
Who's the friendo that bought the bow?
The friendo that bought the bow. Give me one moment.
And who's the fucking creep that bought the armor?
They refuse to reveal their name. They're wearing a mask.
Call me my lady.
But the mask has like a long nose, right? Obviously.
Yep. Wearing an anonymous mask.
Imperial won't feel
The
so
one
bad
that
about it.
buys the bow is a very powerful noble by the name of Telemaco, Telemacho, and he has a almost near monopoly on shipbuilding in Mitros. Which is why
Interesting.
he has so much money. The Mitrosian navy is a very potent thing, and his family has had a domination on the ancient Greek military-industrial complex for quite some time.
The other impressions I'm doing, we basically already did in downtime. We can just scoot that to this section instead of what actually happened.
Gotcha.
I go meet with my friend in the academy. I go find, what's her face?
Europa.
That's it for me. Europa. What?
That's who you go find, right? Europa, your cousin?
No, I don't give a shit about my cousin.
Who'd you go find?
It's
After...
me.
Yeah.
I find the dude in the academy, and what's the crafter chick's name?
Zoran?
Zarya?
Zora. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Zoran's up there. She is the party's at the Great Agora, so she's like watching you just rake in dough and is happy to take it from you after you pay her for stuff.
Yeah. The part of me hanging out with merchants is going and finding her and having the conversation that we had in downtime. Just pull her off to the side instead of going and
Gotcha.
finding her in her shop. So it all sort of lines up.
All right. Good shit. Hopefully you have all that cataloged. So that's what Sophia and Mercury spend their big impression on. Inferior, any big impressions you want to leave anywhere?
Other than my demonstration for the nobility, Inferior's to like the people she cares about are the common folk, and then the druids are like kind of the nature center of the city in her eyes. So the common folk, she really wants to try really hard to make a good impression on them. But people are overwhelming. So I don't know how well it goes. But when she's with the common folk, her like kind of a special fascination is with the children. Because her experience of children was Amazonians being jealous of her being better than them. and you know, like nymph born fully formed kind of thing. So if there's children that, you know, ask her questions or want to see her do something or anything like that, she just does it. She just goes with it. If they want to climb up her, she lets them. She just like stands there and be's overwhelmed.
Hey, you are like a 6'8" tree.
Yeah, exactly. Hence the idea that children will want to climb up her.
Give
But
them
no.
pink rides, right on your shoulders.
Yeah, just like special attention to the children.
Aww.
She is a large child herself sometimes, most of the time, honestly.
You're a child.
I am a child. I still have 3 years left until I hit majority.
Give me...
A mothering instincts checked.
No, I'd say that you handle that well enough. The important part is how well and how long you can handle it. So give me a wisdom save.
Okay.
Before you turn into a child.
Before you just find yourself really kind of getting overwhelmed.
Yeah.
I think you should have an advantage.
Before you punch your kid.
Yes, I have
Before
permanent advantage on wisdom saves.
Ooh.
Save. Yeah, from that like bracelet thing I have.
You can definitely sort of feel its influence on you as you have a few moments of just like sort of near panic attacks where you sort of catch your breath as you see like swaths of people sort of gathering around you, and you know you hear the music and you see people dancing and enjoying themselves, and you're able to find a center in it, either through dance or just taking a few moments to breathe, just looking up at the sky, whatever you would do to sort of cope with this overwhelming sensation comes through for you in this moment of need, and you succeed on what it is you're setting out to do. Theamos, what are you doing and where?
So at the common folk, he said I had just a bunch of people just on me, right?
Yeah, just flirting with you impassionately.
17 offspring. One night.
So I want to go full Oron Host Club and just make every single one of them just feel like they are the most special person in the world.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
All right, so you have two options. You can either roll a performance check with advantage, or you can sing the first two bars of the opening and automatically succeed. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead and give me a performance
I'll
check.
type it in chat and then I'll automatically see.
Kiss, kiss, fall in love. Go ahead and give me that performance. All right, 12. Not bad, not bad. Let's see here.
I think I have some friends I need to introduce you to, Theamos.
Okay, so with your granting attention to everyone, it is, I would say, perhaps not something that you typically have spent a lot of time doing. It's not necessarily your expertise, and people don't fall away from it. It's just you're competing against the celebration all around them, and you have the advantage of them all wanting your attention, but as you grant attention to one or the others are still sort of around you, still sort of in your periphery, and there is, as unfortunate as it is for a demigod, hints of jealousy here and there through your performance. Easily able to get people to be enraptured with you, but not so much so as to not feel some negative feelings as they see you pay attention to another in these moments. But overall, it comes out as a success for you.
Oh, well, that happens in Oron all the time. I mean, my goal
Exactly.
isn't to flirt with everyone. It's to boost their confidence in
Yeah, make each person
themselves.
feel special.
It's the purpose of Orin Host Club.
I mean, the purpose of the Oron House Club was to make a bunch of money off of side projects.
By making them feel special.
If I had Sophia here, she would be killing me right now.
Feel better? Okay, pay me now. What? It's an inspirational speech. That's what you're paying for.
All right, Nyx.
Let's see. Probably with the common folk, as we're hanging about them, Nyx would pull out her cards, and in this instance, it's not going to be for coin. It's going to be like how she did it for fun when we had that party with the satyrs and with Kira. Because in a similar vein as Atreus, she has more in common with the common folk and cares more about them than she really does for nobility. So this is her treat and entertainment for them. And when it comes to the scholars of the academy, we start talking about philosophicals. Nyx wants to turn the discussion towards long-lived races and essentially the writings of Azarios. Since, she read the one part. And at this point in time, she thinks that's all there is to it, so she is excited to talk to other people about it, who's also read this thing that he wrote. That she cried over.
Okay.
And for she also will want to do something with the druids and the Temple of the Five, just because it's a celebration for Thylea and what she's had to offer, and Nyx looks at it as kind of like a joining of her two worlds. Her connection to Thylea as a nymph, but then also her worshipping of the gods. So seeing the druids of Thylea and the temple come together in this way, she'll take a more active part and share stories of what the elders of the Cerulean Gulf had told her about Thylea. Those
those things that are closely connected to her islands that probably wouldn't have made their way to Mitros otherwise.
Speaking of like combining of things, Imperial would also be really interested in sharing some of the little rituals that she did on Themis to worship Thylea. Because her and her Amazon mom worships Thylea.
Got you. You definitely find yourself sort of splitting your attentions in these different avenues that you're spending your time in, Nyx. But if you had to pick one that you put the most amount of effort towards, which would it be?
Oh god. The ones for the druids and the temple. I think she's more passionate about that. These are stories that she was told once as a youngling that she no longer has people to share them with.
All right, give me a give me a religion check. Hey, quite nice. That headband of intellect coming in clutch.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot about that.
He reminded me of it, and he's like, yeah, you didn't upgrade your int. And I was like, what do you mean I didn't upgrade my int? I thought I did it. So I did that, like, as I was thinking about it just now.
Ah.
And Atreus.
Oh, he might have stepped away. I know that he said he had to step away to help his mom with something, so I don't know if he's back.
Here.
Hey.
Hang on. What was the question again? I've ruminated on the answer for so long I even forgot how I'm supposed to answer this.
What, if anything, do you do to leave an impression with a specific group?
Huh. It's the important part too, Trace. Because he is the quiet, he has intimidation proficiency, that's the only charisma skill he has. So he'd still be kind of scary. I guess Atreus above all would try to help instill, a sense of hope back into the people. Doing weird one-liners and posing, of course, but, I guess in the same vein, trying to become a folk hero, like posing and telling them the blows of the Titans cannot strike down Mistros, that they strike my shield instead, or something like that. Just trying to sound heroic and be heroic for them. Give them some sort of beacon.
Atreus being melodramatic. Never would have thunk it.
Oh no, he's
melodramatic.
wonderful around the common folk.
And it sounds like you're trying to also exert your physicality as a part of that, showing off your shield and posing and things like that.
Yeah, something like that.
All right, give me a performance check with advantage using strength.
I don't know how to change these.
Click the little box.
It's like click
that's
next
weird.
to it.
Oh, you can.
It's a great little module.
Advantage. Oh, ADV. Alright, you click hit. I guess I'll just roll again. 19.
Yeah, you can click the little plus sign. 19. Good shit.
You can click the plus sign?
Yeah, if you hover over the 18, there's a little plus and a little minus. Lets you do advantage and disadvantage. This is how John's been doing it. All right.
Oh, with advantage, hold shift. But yeah.
Big influence. Okay, yeah. As you're sort of dropping these one-liners, you start to hear as the night goes on, just out of your periphery, like you see small children that are like sort of mimicking and imitating you, and people sort of taking on this. Is like kids and stuff are like playing together, pretending to be heroes. Some of them will like copy your lines or try to change them and twist them and like be little heroes themselves. And some of the other kids are like playing some of like the elementals that you guys fought. You spent a lot of time in the common folk area, and you get a bigger picture of what the common folk in Mitros sort of view potential futures as. And even with the Oath of Peace coming to an end, there is still a great love in this city, especially, of the idea of a hero, the idea of a paragon, not only in virtue, but also in power, someone who can stand up to a challenge and succeed, win out the day. And you are very quickly taking on the aspects of being a folk hero in just this one night, combined with your own deeds earlier in the day. It is a resounding success for you, and also a death knell to the Atreus of the past.
Oh.
Good shit, you guys. I love you all so much. Thank you for playing along with my goofy way of doing a kick-ass citywide celebration, as all of you gain some laurels.
I'll start a whole ass orgy.
Do you really?
No, God, no.
It's like,
No,
we're in ancient Greece, baby. They'll fucking...
Yeah.
My body is a
The
temple.
nobles will take you to a love hotel, and you will not see the day. It'll be crazy.
My body is a temple.
Only to the strongest centaurs may you release yourself.
My God.
Oh my.
All right. Good shit. Thanks, guys. So, with that, as the night progresses, those who answered Kira's call head down to the harbor as time moves forward. Sailing in short order to the center of the harbor atop a royal ship, thanks to Valis, these congregated and grouped up entertainers. Once it's in position, with at least 200 of the city's best singers and musicians aboard, you're beckoned as well, Mercury, to join them on this great vessel and sail out into the middle of the harbor. You can see the torchlights and the like of the city all glittering around you, blazing as people celebrate. That you can hear the music of the city dying down, people getting quieter and quieter as time passes. You see the massive lighthouse towards the entrance of the bay, all the way down to the south, down here at the very edge. If you zoom out, it's like across from the Colossus of Pythor. A large lighthouse with a great big beacon that swirls through the city begin to dim, bringing down the light even further, making the sky darker and darker. And then Kyra appears at the royal palace, the very top of the steps. And in short order, you can see a light emanate from her, scattering its incandescence across the entire city in the dark of the night. Her divine spark, shimmering like a massive beach ball now in her hands, much larger than it was at the miracle. Praise, libations, prayers, and thanks given throughout the night, pouring into the goddess of music, has charged her up immensely. Thanks in part, as well, to the passionate words of her apostle. And with immense speed, the glowing form of Kira races through the city, deftly through the streets like a missile. She reaches the water of the docks and does not stop, each footfall tapping the water's surface as she covers over a mile of distance in under 6 seconds. A trail of light behind her as her spark sheds energy, shrinking further and further. She hops onto the deck of the ship from the water, landing perfectly in front of you, Mercury. It's all set. Everyone ready? As she calls out into the whole ship. Everyone on deck shifts into rows, positioning themselves to lend their voices to the goddess of music. 4 rows in total, with Kira out in front, by herself, glowing with divine power. And then she turns back to you, Mercury. She holds out her glowing hand to you. Join me, won't you?
So just reach my hand out and grab hers.
As you take her hand, you feel that warmth and love you've come to expect, but also power. And as she doesn't let go of your hand, Mercury, you feel that power flow into you, slowly, carefully, bit by bit. Let's begin. As the energy washes over the rest of the people on the ship, and in short order, the hope of Thylea is shown.
Don't have a token on the screen. I cannot see.
As the fireworks end, Mercury will just reach out towards Kira. Do you remember that? That's exactly like the festival of Kira and Yavin. Do you remember that?
She turns to you as the glittering lights come to an end, people sort of coming back to their senses, being caught up, enraptured with her power. I cannot lie to you, Mercury. I cannot remember it in my mind, but I can feel it in my heart. When you speak of Yavin, it inspires me for reasons I cannot name. I feel your faith in me and the faith of so many others. But I also feel like I have faith in you.
The last time I saw them lights in the sky, I was back home. Mom and Pa. I think maybe your faith is misplaced, Kira. As Mercury just kind of turns around, as just in waves, these azure blue feathers just begin to hit the deck of this boat as Mercury's rings fall away.
Oh. What? What?
Kira watches your feathers hit the deck as the cheering of the city washes over. The lighthouse, relit, sweeps a flame across the city and across the deck. And you can see yourself, or see Kira alit as the flames of the light hit her. And you see just a single set of tears going down her face towards the deck. And she watches, almost stunned, before she makes a decision. A teary smile, seeing your wings depart. She tries to give you one last hug, holding you close to her. And you hear her whisper in your ear, "It is my hope I place in you, Mercury. It is my role as a god to believe in you, even when you don't believe in yourself. I love you like so many others. I have faith in you." As after a few short moments she releases you, turns to the gathered entertainers and claps and does her duty as the goddess of music, attends to those gathered as your feathers fall into the sea. And though you do not find belief in yourself, Kira, the goddess of music, has a way of getting what it is she wants, all throughout history. And her belief in you, her faith in you, is emboldening nonetheless. An emotional and impressive display of showmanship, you see the presence of your patron deity. Maybe you'll have to find your own passion through your journey, but this is going to be a challenging one. Your friends, your comrades, those of you in the Oath of Fellowship, they will need you. They will need that inspiring voice. As you gain a boon in this momentous and beautifully melancholic moment, the hope of Thylea, given through the power of Kira to you, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out for you now. And
Your flying speed is increased by 20 feet.
I'm thankful I didn't do that. As you gain bardic inspiration from Kira, the goddess of music, allowing you to inspire others through stirring words of music, as typical of a true bard, though in your case the dice scale slightly differently. You can strengthen the hearts of your allies and stir them to greatness, learning the thaumaturgy cantrip over the course of these 2 weeks, which is considered a sorcerer spell for you and doesn't count against the number of cantrips you know. And you can use your bardic inspiration,
Best cantrip of the game.
You can use your bonus action to inspire multiple allies. As a bonus action, you can choose 2 creatures within 60 feet of you, each of them gaining a bardic inspiration die. And you can channel that hope that is trying to find its roots in you to your allies when they most need it, allowing you to revitalize them when they are healed. You can expend the bardic inspiration die and add to their healing, and they gain that inspiration die as well. As a reaction, when someone heals, you can expend one of your bardic inspirations, roll it, add the die number to the hit points restored, and then that creature also gains a bardic inspiration.
You just want to come be a fucking bard.
Hey, baby, just because I banned multi-classing doesn't mean I can't then steal from all the other classes in the game.
Like stealing all the water and then selling it back to people in the desert.
As the celebrations of the city carry on for the rest of the night, you all spending your time where you will, leaving your impressions where you may, and it goes over immensely well with the people of Mitros. You all find yourselves lauded and touted as great heroes of the city. Kira's celebration, her performance, another for the record books. But then, to end on a proper note, the celebrations can only go for so long. There are those who gave their lives for this miracle, and they too should be remembered. As we find ourselves for the final scene of this episode, coming to the peace to the fallen, on the third day of your downtime, as people recover from this wonderful night, a celebration of life renewed and returned. The people of Mitros gather now in 2 days to honor those who fell to make that night and every night that follows it possible. Do all of you attend?
Atreus,
Sure.
definitely.
Nyx is definitely
He'll make
there.
a point to.
She's got something prepared.
All right.
Atreus will be right there with Nyx.
Fury is definitely there, but she doesn't have anything prepared unless there's something specific to Amazonian burial rites that she needs to participate in that Nikki doesn't know about, but Inferior does.
It didn't occur to me to ask, and I put my downtime shit together, and you mentioned it. I was like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, I walk in and you immediately notice on my back these two giant, gloriously blue wings have sprouted from my back.
Now the time to go start throwing shit.
Oh my god. No, there's nothing in particular for Amazonians. Same sort of funeral pyres or being set out to sea on a small craft if they so choose. With all of you attending, gathered in droves at the Temple of the Five are the citizens of Mitros, the nobles, the military leadership, Acastus' dragon lords, and King Acastus himself. Valis, Pythor, and Kira all stand together as well. Somber pyres have been built and laid out down to all 20 of the Mitrosian dead. As Rakmi rests on each eye, braziers burn with flickering flames and ceremonial incense. Temple attendants stand at the ready to light the pyres. Offerings and parting tokens have been added to the pyres by family and friends and those that wish to leave them. And Valis has also offered that if any of you wish to pay any respects to the fallen, you are welcome to do so, as I pass the narrative control to you, those of you who wish to do anything.
I'll follow your lead, Nyx.
Are we able to like speak to the people there, or
Yes, just in regal queen form, Valis has the last word.
I'll get up before Nyx because I'm sure she's got something well planned. As I'll just get up. First thing that catches your glimpse is there's no wings behind Mercury. Just walk somberly up to the parapet. Just kind of takes a breath and looks over the fallen. Never easy losing brave men and women. Reminds me of a poem we'd recite at events of great sacrifice. I can't think of a more appropriate place than to recite it again. Fallen soldiers, all alone. Fallen soldiers fighting for their home. They are the ones that'll never be forgot. The lives they lived, the goals they set, the ones they loved, and the ones who wait to see their nearly forgotten face. Fallen soldiers, all alone. Fallen soldiers fighting for their home. Lying motionless on the ground, the battle raging all around. For now, they are not alone. For these fallen soldiers
are honored forevermore. So just step away and walk down the steps.
Nyx approaches after Mercury. Atreus, Nyx had handed you a tinderbox and gave you some instructions, and you'll know what to do with it when the moment comes. She looks to the group and the marks of the fallen, and she speaks to the crowd. I come from a group of islands along the Cerulean Gulf. And though nymphs do not look at death the same as mortals, we still have our own rights when we pass along to be with Thylea. And I met a man some time ago who spoke of Elysium, where the souls of the settlers cross, guided by a ferryman of sorts. So I combine what I remember of home in hopes that it brings comfort. We believe that we do not truly lose anyone. For as the nymphs go back to be with Thylea, and though the settlers go to be within Elysium, in some way we are still connected to each other. On these smaller contraptions, as Nyx lifts up a small, looks like a small paper lantern of sorts with twine at the base and a little wick. We would write names in the sands of those who had passed to be with Thylea so the waves may wash them, so we can be together again, and so those that we love can have parting words from us. But I know that these souls are not going to necessarily be with Thylea in the same way I know them to be. So this is so your loved ones have messages to follow with them on their ride across the sea into Elysium, on the ship guided by the ferryman. I've gathered the words of their loved ones into each of these little lanterns, and you can do the same in your own time. And when lit, they will float across the sea and meet your loved ones there, so they know that they are not alone and they are not far. And in this way, we not only remember those that we've lost, but we also know that they will not be forgotten and we stay connected to them. As she gestures for Atreus to light the small wick on the lantern that she is holding.
So Atreus moves over and lights the wick. Nods. Remember what has been lost, and fight for what hasn't been.
And with a gentle upwards motion of her hand, and lit by this flame, the heat of it has the paper rise, and as it does and floats off into the sky, it starts to disintegrate as the flame goes down the twine and up the parchment. Words to be carried on the wind.
Seeing this
Quietly steps back.
Seeing this ritual complete, Impheria steps forward, and in her hands she's cupping the little sapling of an aspen tree. Lady Valis, with your permission I would plant this nearby as a memorial to those who are lost. I was born as an aspen from the sacrifice of my mother, and from the sacrifice of these people, so will Mitros be born again.
You may.
And so she plants the tree.
As Mercury gets 2 laurels, Nyx 2 laurels as well, Nikki 2 laurels, and Atreus 2 laurels as well. If no one else wishes to speak, then Valis will stand. She steps forward, her garb of regal midnight black, her crown a subdued silver, the crystal clear image of regality and respect. Good morning, she starts. And good morning, everyone responds. Everyone except one you notice, Nyx, King Acastus. Strategos Alexander, Strategos Ion, Taxiharos Thylea, Aristoi, Sinorskismos, and most of all, the families of those who lost a loved one. I'm honored to be with you now as we pay our respects as me Trojans to those who gave their lives for us all. It is said for a hoplite in Elysium, the deafening sounds of combat give way to the silence of sacred hills. The chaos and confusion of battle yields to the ultimate peace. And the Trojans who rest here and their families, the best of us, those from whom we asked everything, ask of us today only one thing in return, that we remember them. Those who rest beneath this silence atop these pyres didn't speak the loudest about their patriotism. They let their actions do that. Whether they stood up in times of war or peace, they embodied the best of Mitros. As Queen of Mitros and Goddess of Wisdom, I have no greater responsibility than leading our men and women who take on the mantle of the hoplite. I have no more solemn obligation than sending them into harm's way. I think about this every time I approve anything as Polmakos. Every time, as a wife, I give condolences. Every time I sit at the bedside of a wounded warrior or grieve and hug their families. The people of Mitros are not like our rivals and brothers in Aresia. Far fewer don the helm here, and so few Trojans see this valor with their own eyes, or know of someone who exemplifies it. But every day there are Trojans, families who pray for the sight of a familiar face at their entryway, for the sound of a loved one's voice reaching their ears. More than 100,000 times in our history, it didn't come. Instead, a priest walked up to the house. There was a knock on the door, and the sounds of flames floated through the air. For us, the living, those of us who still have a voice, it is our responsibility, our obligation to fill that silence with our love and our support and our gratitude. And not just with our words, but with our actions. For truly remembering and truly honoring these fallen Trojans means that they're being there for their parents and their spouses and their children. My mother, Mitros, for whom our great city is named, once told me that a kingdom reveals its true nature not only by those produced from its ranks, but by those honored and remembered by them. We do not just do so by hoisting a banner, but by lifting up our neighbors, not just by pausing for a moment in silence, but by living our lives to the ideals of opportunity, liberty, and equality that they fought for, that Mitros stands for. We are so proud of them. We are so grateful for their sacrifice, and we are so thankful to those families of the fallen. May Mitros bless our fallen and their families. May she bless all of you, and may she forever bless this great city. As that is where we're going to end tonight's session of Heroes of Thylea.
Nyx is quietly crying, by the way.
That was Imperia.
Just wanted to throw that out there.
Quite a lot has happened in tonight's session. A celebration, the end of perhaps a very joyous and winged era, and a memorial. Things have consequences in the realm of Thylea. It is not always going to be a perfect, happy ending. It wouldn't be, well, ancient Greece if it was. I want to thank you all so much for being with us tonight for the Season 2 premiere of Heroes of Thylea. There is much, much more in store in the coming weeks, and I am so looking forward to going on our odyssey once again. We are off for Song of Rapture next week, Omen taking some time, but we will be back next Sunday right here on Lionhead Gaming at 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern for more Heroes of Thylea. Feel free, if you feel so inclined, to join us on Discord to talk about our game, your games, D&D as a hobby, the tabletop role-playing game hobby in general, or video games, anime, all that wonderful stuff on our Discord. You can lambast Brendan as he posts about his Nuzlocke in video games, and the other members of our community who've been inspired to do them as well, share our various Pokemon and mourn their deaths and laugh at their failures. So be sure to hop in for that if you feel so inclined. But yeah, that's all I got for you. I hope it was fun. There's going to be some more downtime and things that need to be resolved in the next session, but perhaps after that we should see our heroes depart, or maybe sooner. Who knows? We'll see how things go. Thank you so much for being patient for our technical difficulties with power loss and all that. And I want to say one last final time, thank you all so much for watching, listening, chatting, and as always, may your dice roll 20s, and you always make your saves.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Your hands, wear your mask.
Alright, so we want the cookies and cream or the